Round number 7 of the West Indies Championships. We're here at Coolidge. It's the money round. $250,000 up for grabs here today. It is the West Indies Academy taking on Barbados. Teddy Bishop, the captain, and Craig Brathwaite, of course. Mr. Carl Felix is the match referee for today. I believe that Teddy, you have that coin. Go ahead, give it a toss, bud.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it is a head. So what will you do here? What are you doing and why, Craig?
Yeah, we're gonna have a bat. Thinks it looks a good pitch, so we just gotta put some runs on the board.
Yeah, looking at the fact that this is the round that pretty much matters above all, how much has that played into your decision here?
I mean, it's still a cricket game. As I said, I think the pitch looks a good one. Normally here at Coolidge is a good batting pitch, so I think first we gotta take care of doing well, as a batting unit and putting runs on the board, and then as bowlers, we look to obviously get wickets, but I think we gotta focus session by session. Obviously, I have some good young fast bowlers, so we gotta work hard.
And finally, any changes to your side for this one?
Well, yeah, Ross and Chase obviously isn't here. Cheyenne Brathwaite comes back in, and Akeem Jordan comes in to replace Javi Liko.
No problem. Well, all the best for this one, Craig. Right. Teddy Bishop, skipper for today, having a bowl first. How do you feel about that one?
I mean, we have bad as well. The wickets look a bit dry than the few games we've played here, so we're looking towards the challenge. I mean, they're a good side, and then we have a good side as well, so hopefully we can make use of the conditions here.
Looking at the fact that you're here next to me, does that mean that Naeem Young does not take part in this one here today?
Yeah, and the skipper is resting today.
Yeah. No problem. Any other changes for your side?
Yeah, Joshua James is out, and Joshua Dawn. Rashawn comes in, and Rashawn, Simo, and McKenny Clark comes in.
No problem. Quite a few changes there for your side, but Teddy, all the best in this one. Have a good final round.
Thanks.
Yeah, news from the toss. Round number 7, Barbados Pride. They've won it, and they'll be having a bat first. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to what was at one stage a sunny Coolidge here in Antigua and Barbuda. That picture on your screen allows you to know that the rain has just been down for a little while now, but it looks as if it's held up, and hopefully play will get started soon. Still about 5 minutes before we actually get towards the official start of play here. The groundsmen just standing by the covers as well. So hopefully we have better news for you probably within the next 5 minutes or so. But thank you for joining us for what is going to be a fantastic final round of the West Indies Championships. Only a matter of 5.4 points or so separating first from fourth, which tells you that it could be anybody's race between the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands, Barbados or Guyana, all vying for what would be that very elusive title of champions of the West Indies Championship 2024. Well, like I said, the rain is down here at Coolidge, and because of that, we're going to have a rain delay and a break as well. And when we come back, hopefully we have better news for you.
Good morning once again and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's round 7 of this all-important game. We call it 3 finals in 1 round of the Cricket West Indies 4-Day Championship. I'm Vernon A. Springer. I'll be joined by Joel Manning anytime soon. As the news is, on an overcast day here in Antigua and Barbuda, we've lost close to about 55 minutes of play. Lunch will now be 12:30. And the Barbados pride, Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies Test captain who won the toss, he's opted to bat for us here. The West Indies Academy, without their captain, Nine Young, who is out injured, and Barbados also without their match winner from the last game in Roston Chase. And around the region, we already see the clash of the finals, combined campuses and colleges versus Ghana Happy Eagles. Last time Joel gave me an update. I think they were 19 for 3. Leeward Islands Cricket Board versus the Leeward Island Hurricane versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Leeward Islands, they're also in trouble too. They've already lost Powell, Carty and Graves. And anytime soon here, we'll have the first ball being bowled by, could be Raymond Simmons or it could be McKinney Clark, or as well as it could be Ewan Lane. We'll find out anytime. So play. There's been a real heavy cloud cover, just coming more or less from the southern end of the VC Bird International Airport, and that's been hovering around for some time now, and it's just standing still here. Don't know if it is blessings for Barbados or it is blessings for the academy, but Ewan Lane will be starting. And just to give you the Barbados team: Craig Brathwaite, Cheyenne Brathwaite, Shaquille Cumberbatch, Jonathan Drakes, Akeem Jordan, Jaya McAllister, Zachary McCaskey, Raymond Reefer, Demetrius Richards, Jamal Warrican and Kevin Wickham. Javid Leacock misses out this time, and Shem Holder. And we'll give you the West Indies Academy's lineup. Remember, they don't have their captain. But they're starting with Ewan Lane. 3 slips of gully, backward point cover, full toss in the air. And just for a moment, full toss tipped on Craig Brathwaite. There was a chance for a quarter bowl. Lane was after it, but the luck just didn't go his way there, Joel.
Yeah, what a start that would have been. You just wonder if maybe that did get a bit of the bat onto it. You saw the expressions of the academy boys. They certainly thought it had bat. But it would have been an interesting conversation for the umpires out there should that catch have been taken.
So we're off and running. SVG Air either will be going to Montserrat or to Barbuda. Brathwaite coming down on a hard length, good length delivery, attacking the stumps. We say good morning, good evening, wherever you are all around the world. Thanks for joining the West Indies YouTube channel. Good leave. The young man. Sort of squared up Craig Brathwaite, who's looking to turn the ball into the onside, but it came off the outer half of the bat, and Johnson at gully, backward point area, diving away, couldn't stop the single, so Craig Brathwaite is off the mark.
Yeah, with the conditions, you certainly expect there to be a bit of movement at the start of things here at Coolidge, and you just see that ball shaping quite nicely away from Craig Brathwaite. What you also saw is how late he would have played that one as well. And I think that will be key, especially as we go through what will be a very overcast morning session. Just having that patience to kind of delay stroke play.
Ball keeping low. Well played by McCaskey in the process.
Something that we know about this surface here at Coolidge as well, especially at the start of play, in terms of just having to allow that ball to come to you and play it a lot later, putting away maybe one or two of the booming drives that you can definitely play when it comes on to the evening.
Rain, overcast conditions here in Antigua, turned into the leg side area. McCaskey turning blind there and getting 2 runs in the process. First over comes to an end, and at the end of it, 3 without loss. After Barbados Pride would have won the toss and decided to bat. Play starting some 55 minutes late due to rain here. The West Indies Academy lineup: Teddy Bishop as captain, Kadim Aline, Rashan Warwell, Akeem O'Geese, Jordan Johnson, Colin Boyne Tuckett, Joshua Bishop, McKenny Clark, Ewan Lane, and Raymond Simmons, along with Ashmin Ned. So there's no Naeem Young, Joshua James, and Joshua Dawn. Those are the players that are left out. Simmons, the left-arm fast bowler, 22 years of age, from Barbados, starting. The last time he would have played for the West Indies Academy in a first-class game would have been in the Headley Week series. He got the lone wicket at that time. I think in the first innings he might have been the 8th bowler used. 1.2 overs, no maidens, 4 runs, 2 wickets. In the second innings, he bowled some 7 overs, 4 maidens, 14 runs, 1 wicket. And he had the wicket of McCaskey, who he bowled in that process. This time he's not starting. Yes, he's starting to McCaskey, because Brathwaite is on. No, he's starting to Brathwaite. Slow, long bumper, as we would say. So this really would be his first game in 2024. Had some injuries. It's good to see him back on the park. Made his first-class debut for Barbados against the Leeward Islands. It seemed like a long time ago, 2022. His first-class wicket was Colin Archibald from the Leeward Islands, so I think he will register that. Down the onside. Colin Boyne Tuckett skips across. It's almost like one of the things when you come here, Joel, at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, you learn something new. You learn about the weather. You learn about the patterns and where the rain comes from.
Yeah, certainly coming from a different area today in comparison to what we saw in the last game. It reminds me of some weather that we got during the Headley Week series as well.
Hustling onto him. Skipper rotating the strike there very quickly. Kadim Aline.
Come on, lads. Come on, boys.
Will be an interesting test here for Ramon Simmons, as you mentioned. Quite some time since he's played first-class cricket. Actually, quite some time since he's played cricket on a whole at this level. The Simmons.
Would have been also one of the graduates who would have, on that Sri Lanka tour that Mali was talking about, came into the first-class reckoning. Overcast conditions. You'd be looking to try and pick up early wickets, especially with this new ball. Clipped away. Big dive. Big save there. Is that O'Geese?
Work, boys, work, boys, work, boys.
I think that might be the length And the area that Simmons might want to concentrate on, especially there's a bit of early movement. And not just that, as I mentioned, the pitch not necessarily there in terms of driving just yet. So you want to invite those batters to come forward, invite them to think as if they can play a stroke or two. Look for that gap between bat and power, that movement back in. Maybe get one caught. That cover or mid wicket.
Again, that hard link being bowled by Simmons. So the West Indies Academy. McKinney Clark to come. You have Raymond Simmons, Ewan Lane they've started with. You still got a Kadim Aline and a Rashan Warrell also, who's been listed as fast bowlers in this lineup here. And you know the spin twins who've done the damage here so far. They've had a good season, leading the way. Joshua Bishop. Simmons been a good start so far. Again on the money. Over completed, so single off his first over is returned to first class cricket here in the Caribbean. You'd feel very impressed with that. 4 without loss. Barbados Pride batting first here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yeah, he certainly will be happy that he was able to relatively hit his marks in that first over. Of course, still a long way to go for those legs. Getting back into what will be some work here at Coolidge.
You'd also want to maybe stay on the park as well. I think that would be of greater importance, because you could be practicing in the nets, but the game situation is important. Pulled him! Craig Brathwaite squared up. Beating all ends up, and Ewan Lane strikes in overcast conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The Barbados captain goes back, bowled for 2, turned him right around, top of off stump, perfect delivery.
Yeah, fast bowler's dream that, just back of a length and just playing inside the line of it there, Craig Brathwaite. You might probably say it held its line, maybe shaped a bit away. Probably also not getting the type of bounce that Craig Brathwaite might have expected on that particular occasion, but it's trouble here, early trouble for Barbados Pride. They're 4 for 1.
Ewan Lane on the money. And he has delivered in what could be dubbed one of the 3 finals here. West Indies Academy versus Barbados. Leeward Islands Cricket Board versus the Windward Island Volcanoes, which is the Hurricanes. And you have the combined campuses and colleges against the defending champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. If you're a betting man, well, you'd want to be able to make sure that you try and figure out that you bet right. Cheyenne Brathwaite comes out at number 3 for Barbados Pride. Lost their captain. Bowled with a beauty. So a good start here in overcast conditions, and you want to make sure that you counteract. Get the wickets. The cloud just standing here. No threat of rain, but it's just really got gloomy here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Lane, number 50. Could leave, could take. Callum Boeing Tuckett. Teddy Bishop starting with 3 slips of gully, backward point. Cover, mid off. Mid on very close, and Ashmin Ned. I'd really love to see a short leg. I'd have taken out the cover and maybe have a short leg. Here is Brathwaite looking for An attacking shot, Cheyenne. I think that might be early in his innings. Has to have a look.
That's the interesting thing about Cheyenne Brathwaite. He's quite an attacking batter. And the thing about it, especially on the surface, and you see him just gesturing in terms of the bunks of the delivery. And I go back to what I mentioned with Craig Brathwaite. And just after that dismissal as well, Zachary McCaskey looked to the pavilion. He gestured as well in terms of the bunks of the surface.
A lot of cricket have been played on these tracks. So you have to take into consideration that there could be some wear and tear. And there's also this major discussion as to how long does a cricket wicket last? Is it 10? Is it 15 years? What do you expect? This has got some perches here. You could see some tinges of grass in particular areas. So it's all in the mind. Oh, that's a beauty. Just landed into the right area there, Lane. Really with a good length there, bowling as straight as possible. He's looked a different bowler, Joel, from the last game.
Yeah, he's looked good. He looks like how he looked, in fact, in that first innings versus the Windwards. Was a shadow of himself in the second innings with his second innings performance. But the first innings, it certainly looked like how he is at the moment, Johan Lane.
Tucking the stumps, tucking the pads, turned. Ned Fields, very close at mid-on. Maiden wicket over for the man, Johan Lane, who strikes early, bowling Brathwaite with a beauty. One of those leg cutters that when you get it right, you know it's a perfect delivery. It's a fast bowler's dream. Barbados 4 for 1. So good morning to all the folks in Barbados. What do you say? I know you will be somewhere glued to your phone or to your computer. Congratulations on your new appointment. Milton Small, Henderson Springer, Adrian Donovan, Courtney Brown also would be very glued as well. Philo Wallace. Good afternoon to you, Philo. Simmons from the CIA Road end. Good balance field here set by Teddy Bishop to more or less a 6-3 field to the left-hander. West Indies Academy coming into this final round with 54.2 points. There'll be questions as to should they have been into this competition, but they have competed. 2 wins, 4 losses. The combined campuses and colleges, 27.6 points with 6 losses. Simmons. Catch. Brilliantly caught! Missed first by Kadim Aline. Rebounded, and Teddy Bishop glaringly diving away for it. Barbados have lost McCaskey for 2. The West Indies Academy on top here.
Oh, just chasing that one a bit, McCaskey. Playing away from the body, and there you have that reaction time, and he got a hand to it, Aline. But what a rebound it was by Teddy Bishop. Fantastic by him to grab that one. That's further pressure now for Barbados Pride. Their 2 century makers in the previous round have gone back for less than 10 each. It's now 4 for 2.
Pressure. And that's what Joel Manning was indicating to me before we started this broadcast. So too was Jason. He was saying you just never know which academy team, they're home, they're buoyant, and they feel that they can take on the Barbados team. But this game is not over by a long shot yet, because you still have a Kevin Wickham in the hut. Really should have been taken first by Kadim Aline. Don't know if he... Let's look at that, Jason, where he closed his hands, because it's going to really hit him hard in the process. He's a big guy. There we go. He got up. And but it did hit him hard.
Yeah,
Almost like a goalkeeper style, where when you're kicking a penalty and you have to get your reflexes up, hands up very quickly. Sort of rushed him.
Yeah, I was about to say he didn't get his hands up fast enough. Kadeem Ali on that occasion, but the rebound favored him and favored the West Indies Academy. It now brings Kevin Wickham to the crease.
And he's been in good touch. Kevin is one of my favorite cricketers. Driven down to mid-off. Ned comes across. Stylishly stops it. Seems like a long time I haven't seen Kevin Wickham. We were so accustomed of him playing for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, you also didn't play in that round number 5 encounter, I think, or round number 4 encounter when Barbados played here versus Guyana.
Four for 2. Wickham. No, in fact, it's not Wickham, it's Drake. No, yeah, it's Wickham. No, I think.
In fact, yeah, Jonathan Drake.
Yeah, Jonathan Drake. So we apologize for that. We so anxious and want to see Kevin Wickham. Drake's himself, we saw him score 100 here as well. So he also be in some good touch.
Yeah, you go back to mentioning those big booming drives that you're looking for outside of that off stump. Definitely not there. And when you look at the length as well for Zach and McCaskey, they look to play that one off of. It wasn't the correct length.
Sort of looked like a one-day shot as well too, Joel.
Cracked away nicely by Drake, short and wide, and punish his first boundary of the day.
Yeah, it was a nothing ball, really. Just sat up on this. That was really a short delivery, more or less in the 8-meter range. And smacked away. Didn't he have to move for that? If you're not a cricketer and you get a ball like that, you still have to be good enough to put it away. So Barbados, they are 10 for 2. Drake's is 4. On drive, down the ground. Get a couple here, quite easily.
You shouldn't mind that, Ramon Simmons, because that's the length that he wants the ball, and those are the types of shots that you want to see, especially early here on this surface at Coolidge. That's the end of the over, though. It's 12 for 2. But just that area there that he bowled, similar, funny enough, to the length that he bowled to Jackie McCaskey. They took that wicket where McCaskey was looking to just stride out. Never really got that stride in as well. Took the outside edge and was brilliantly caught in the end by Teddy Bishop. But that's the area that he wants to bowl more often than not here on this surface, with that ball just moving a bit, with the fact that the ball isn't necessarily coming onto the bat nicely in terms of the ability to just drive through the line of it as well, given that it will take some time for this surface to dry out here at Coolidge.
Lane to Sharon Brathwaite. Down the onside. And Colin Boyne took it, skipping across and collecting.
The interesting thing here, in terms of me talking about drying out, was that it actually has started a lot drier as well, this surface. Now we've had, I would say, across the last 2 games that we've played here.
Lane 1 for 3. Short delivery, good hard length there. You could see Sharon Brathwaite looking for an aggressive shot, but had to defend because that had some extra pace on it. But these two players are also from Barbados, so they would know something about each other.
Yeah, definitely have played a lot of cricket together. The likes of Johan Lane and Cheyenne Brathwaite. Quite close in age, these two.
He's back and looking to crack that. Can't beat Jordan Johnson at backward point. He remains on naught, Cheyenne Brathwaite.
Yeah, you've been looking for those shots that go behind square. And if you think back as well to the delivery they played to Johanny, you just see what I'm talking about in terms of ball not necessarily just coming through at the pace that you might want in your innings just yet. And all of a sudden those shots, especially ones that go behind square, become difficult shots to play.
Down the onside, Colin Boyne took it, diving away like a goalkeeper, parried it. Bye will be signaled now by the umpire. Score now goes up to 13 for 2. Brathwaite making his debut against Ghana, scored 0-4 in that game. He also represented the West Indies at the under-19 level in 2017. So, looking to establish himself in the Barbados team, 24 years of age. And bowls some leg break googly when he gets an opportunity. Here is Drake's just either forward now back, just playing from the crease and just steering it down to Joshua Bishop at gully.
Yeah, that's fine. When you look at how late he played that one, allow that ball to come to him. I mean, you look at the comparison between that and what McCaskey did in terms of trying to get that straight on and trying to drive. Yeah, certainly have to just hold back just for a bit here, except for when that ball is extremely full and over-pitched.
Good carry there. Over comes to an end, so 13 for 2, 5 overs bowled here. Barbados Pride, who won the toss, upped into bat. They've lost their openers in McCaskey and the West Indies Test captain Craig Brathwaite. 13 for 2.
This is Miller, please. Also in
Leeward
leg,
Islands
please.
without their regular captain Rakeem Cornwall, so Casey Carty has the duties. But he's already back in the Leeward Islands Hurricanes hut. Naim Young also out through injury, and so Teddy Bishop will also captain this West Indies Academy team, not for the first time this season. Simmons played inside that line. Sort of reminds you of a lovely day in England. It might be maybe in Leeds or in Yorkshire or somewhere in Kent area. There's no breeze, still overcast. We've seen that early wickets have been a challenge here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, especially with this Kookaburra ball.
Wait, no.
Yeah. Stance of a Cheyenne Brathwaite also reminds me of a Johnny Bairstow. He's got his back there just waiting, looks like a boxer.
Actually playing with a Duke ball.
Oh, sorry, yes,
Yeah.
not the Kookaburra.
Yeah, I actually had a chance to look at the box of balls this morning as well when they were selecting what they wanted in the academy.
Yeah, tend to feel that the Dukes hold up in the Caribbean based on the surfaces a lot better. Some people tend to differ, feels that the Kookaburra is also well. There's a problem there. I think that might have been going down. There's no DRS there. He was caught on the crease. He was neither forward nor back. Lucky to get away with that one. Let's see where that pitched. Was it in line?
You know, first glance you would say it looked good.
No, outside the line at the leg stump.
But
Good-
yeah, just
good decision.
on replay there, fantastic decision being made by umpire Duguid in the end.
Perfect decision. Raymond Simmons seems a little disappointed, but you always would be. He just needs to be on the money again. Can he produce that? Backing across and punching it up to cover. I know, Joel, that you're not into the technical aspects. When I say that, you're really not into the technical aspects, because this is something as you come along you will be able to understand. But the big heavy backlift way up, I like to keep it simple. Keep tapping down below. It's something that modern day coaches have now sort of emphasized on. More or less like a Graham Good style. We're looking here at Shine Brathwaite. Like I said, he reminded me so much like he's looking at Johnny Bairstow. Clipped away, bottom hand, into the boundary for 4. That's where he's strong. No real feet movement, but the hands really came into play.
Yeah, he's one of those batters that you certainly know is quite unorthodox in terms of their batting style and as such. You would tell yourself that ball might have been whipping going towards the fine leg area, but no, in fact, the angle at which its bat comes down means that it goes through mid-wicket. Overpitched on that occasion by Ramon Simmons.
Brathwaite is also going to have to understand, and you made a very important point, Joel. He's going to have to play the ball as late as possible, especially with the ball moving around to Simmons, the left armer. I can tug this one down to Ewan Lane. Good powerful return from Lane right to Colin Boyne Tuckett. Over completed. So both opening bowlers so far have delivered 18 for 2 at the end of 6.
A good start here by both seamers from the West Indies Academy.
Turned away. Down to the fine leg, boundary for 4. The fine leg is wide Simmons. And offline there by Lane. Almost you could say a nothing delivery there, but it was well played in the end.
You're just straying on the pads there of Cheyenne Brathwaite. It's just interesting. You couldn't see it necessarily on your camera shot just now, but Lane was just rehearsing what Cheyenne Brathwaite just did.
Missed his run there.
Yeah, and bowling to somebody with the likes of Cheyenne Brathwaite in terms of how he sets up, in terms of how he gathers, in terms of when that bat comes up, you see it open face of the bat. Most bowlers tell themselves that they have a chance, especially when you're going towards those pads.
Lane has to continue to bowl that hard length. Attacking the stumps. Down the onside. Good take, good grab by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Just needs to come back on the money. Just refocus. Joel. Groundsman just moving around in position. It's getting a little heavier here in terms of the cloud cover.
Yeah, they feel that the moment is set for him to be bowling outside of that off stump, or probably on top of the off stump. As I mentioned, probably just looking at Cheyenne Brathwaite and telling himself that he has a chance going at his pad, has a chance bowling just a touch straighter.
He's got to be patient. Just land the ball in the right areas. One thing you know for sure is that Cheyenne Brathwaite, he wants to feel bat on ball. So he's going to look to play shots. Some protection here now for Lane. They've pulled out one of the slips and Bishop has now placed him into a short mid-wicket position. So maybe just giving Lane some more cover. He can get that ball to in-swing consistently. Short and banged away for 4. That went like a rocket to cover.
I mentioned the fact that he's certainly always looking for things square of the wicket. Cheyenne Brathwaite, that was short and wide, and you just see that recoil of the bat as well. From the moment it left it, you knew it was heading towards the boundary. But that's meat and drink for him. That's in his wheelhouse, he would say, Cheyenne Brathwaite. Back of a length is what he's hoping for, and he capitalized on that one.
Lane has to come back on the money. He has to remember how he started against the Barbados captain, Craig Brathwaite. He's upset with himself. Right now he's lost his shape, he's lost his focus. Cheyenne Brathwaite's gone to 13. Got to be patient. 2 boundaries already. Yeah, back into the right areas. You can't go searching, you can't go attacking. You know you got to set up Cheyenne Brathwaite. That's what you have to do. Maybe even deceive him with a slower ball. Because you know for sure he's going to go hard at the ball. 26 for 2. Barbados have lost McCaskey and their captain Brathwaite. Lane bounds away. Turned easily offline. Gets an easy single. Over completed. 9 out the over. 27 for 2. 7 overs bowled.
And very productive over there for Barbados Pride. Cheyenne Brathwaite just taking a couple runs out of that Johan Lane over. In fact, 9 runs coming from it.
Leeward Islands are 60 for 3. Combined campuses and colleges rebounding. They are 51 for 3. Maybe get a grips to find out what's happening at Sabina Park in Jamaica. The game is Jamaica Scorpions and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 20 without loss. Good morning, Mr. Basil Morgan in Montserrat. Wish someone could tell Erskine King also good morning for me as well. Beauty of a delivery. Touchdown into the right area. Raymond Simmons. It's great to see him back on the park. Eight teams, 7 rounds. We're looking for one champion. Who will it be? Will it be the defending champions, Ghana Happy Eagles? Will it be the Windward Island Volcanoes? Will it be the Leeward Islands Hurricanes? Or will the Barbados Pride come from behind and capture that $250,000 prize? This is an important round. And everybody will have their calculators out, lined up, including Joel Manning.
Oh, without a doubt. I actually was running some scenarios this morning in my head. I was first of all looking at Windwards versus Leewards, and the fact that 2 very strong teams, and if they both play cricket, or play the cricket that they've been playing this season, they just might cancel each other out. I was looking at the fact that certainly Windwards probably will need a minimum of 3 batting points to start with, because you're looking at how close the table is. So batting points become very crucial.
And just to support your point, Windward Islands with 90 points, Barbados with 87.8, defending champions Ghana with 87.2, and the Leeward Islands with 86.8.
Yeah, so those 3 batting points for sure. You added some bowling points as well, so you add another 3, that's 6. You added 12, that takes into 18, and you also factor in those fast bowling points.
Dropped. Did he get a hand to it? Karim Ali diving away there. Wasn't as sharp as the game before. Let's look at it, Joel. Did he get a hand to it?
Yeah, just pushing out at that one.
No.
Just past the fingertips of Karim Ali.
And he's a big guy. And he's upset with himself that he didn't go there. So a boundary to Cheyenne Brathwaite, who goes to 18. And the score goes up to 31 for 2.
You're always going to find yourself in problems, especially early on here at Coolidge, when you're looking to force those types of shots. 1, it didn't have the room, and 2, it was the length as well.
But I also feel that Simmons really, for Simmons, you need 3 slips and a gully. I'll come back to that, Joel. Now back of the length, giving Brathwaite enough time to just be on his back foot and punching it out to cover. And Ned more or less just liming there. They've been able to get 3. Went gingerly after that. Now the reason why I said that, Joel, had there been 3 slips, Allen would have gobbled that up.
It's true looking at it, especially when you look at the fact that Cheyenne Brathwaite will go quite hard at the ball. You're always knowing that you're in with a chance behind, especially when you look at, let's say, that 3rd slip towards that gully region. Because of how hard he goes at, you know it's also going to be a thicker outside edge as well.
Can afford, take out the cover. Sweet. Sweet. Just listen to that sound. Execution balance from a Jonathan Drake's, a boundary to him.
Yeah, anytime it's overpitched, capitalize on it. Certainly no danger in playing that particular shot from Jonathan Drake's. Played it completely under the eyes. A 4 to end that over. It's 38 for 2.
Couldn't help but coming back. If we can get Jason. Jason, if you can just pull up the boundary from Cheyenne Brathwaite, the one who just missed by Kadim Ali just outside. Not the cover drive. We just look back at the boundary. Well, the one that we thought that we could have been able to get a wicket with. I just wanted to show something to Joel about the importance of even attacking. You had 3 slips because he was trying to overcompensate now. You would have gobbled that now if you had 3 slips in a gully, because he would have been in the perfect position to have taken that. These are the little finer points, a tactical team. In fact, Bishop, as a captain, he's also going to have to understand he's going to have to be patient and keep working at his game. It's not a one-day game. It's a 4-day game. Think he can afford to take the cover out and put the cover into slip with overcast conditions. Now he's taking, he's got a more or less a short mid-wicket position, so he's now forcing Lane to bowl to a 6-3 feel. What you want is to attack, especially with the new ball. Overcast conditions, getting it into the right area. Most of the Barbadian batsmen, they tend to play square. So you want to close that area down, and you want to have catchers in that area. There we go. That really would have been no runs there, because it would have been gone straight down to the 3rd slip area. You got to be patient. Got to be patient, Teddy Bishop. You have to be patient.
I'm also looking at the fact that was actually very well played by Cheyenne Brathwaite in terms of, once again, how he allowed that ball to come to him. He actually probably got a little more bounce than he expected as well, but kept the hands close into the body. Played it with soft hands as well. Ball immediately went down to the ground.
We have more boats, sir. We have more boats.
Yeah, you just hear it out there saying way more bounce. Yeah, just got a bit more bounce, got bigger on him on that occasion. And that's really uncertainty comes in here on this Coolidge surface.
Got to get that slip in. Got to get that next slip in. You're looking for early wickets. You want to put Barbados under some pressure. If you can get 2 more wickets here within the spell, lunch is 12:30. But you got a new ball and it's only 9 overs old. So you want to maximize that new ball. You want to have catchers in the right positions. Sometimes I look at the tactics of, some of the backroom staff. They're just very conservative. You have to understand when you're on top. And when you're on top is when you'll be able to look to try to be able to maintain to stay on top. The academy right now, in what is happening right now, they have to see themselves as being on top. If they can get a Cheyenne Brathwaite or a Drake's here, now means they're bringing a Raymond Reefer and a Kevin Wickham. All of a sudden, Barbados will have to rethink their strategy.
Oh, that's it.
39 for 2. The partnership is 35 from 33. And once Cheyenne Brathwaite is there, he's going to be attacking the ball. 22 from 28. More technical ability from Jonathan Drakes. Short delivery, over completed, 1 run out of the over. So motoring on here, the West Indies Academy. Lane, 1 for 13 from his 5.
Come here, kid. Come here.
Bowling change. McKenny Clark comes into the conversation. And he'll have his first bowl of the day. So good morning to the folks in St. Lucia. Kenny Clark, 20 years of age, will turn 21 in June. Starts with a wide delivery. This is his 3rd first-class match. His best bowling figures have been 3 for 10. Could have played. Seems like a long time ago. Joel against the Ireland Emerging Academy. Got 1 for 16 and 2 for 16. That was since in December of 2023. So this is his first class game for the season. 20-year-old from St. Lucia.
Yeah, he's been utilized more in the shorter formats of the game. Played some list day cricket, played in the CPL, had a chance to go across to Abu Dhabi as well with the MI Emirates, and I had a chance to talk to him just yesterday about that experience and what he was able to learn from just being in that setup. And he talked about how much he was able to rub shoulders with likes of Dwayne Bravo, Kyron Pollard, and the type of advice that they were giving him.
Bright investment for Windward Islands and West Indies cricket. tugged away. Pass mid on. Down to the boundary for 4. Really sat up. And brought it onto his back foot. His strong area. And just tugged that. Wider mid on for 4 with some authority. So McKinney Clark is going to have to keep the pressure up like Raymond Simmons. And all of a sudden he just releases that pressure with that delivery. Score in the meantime goes up to 43. Brathwaite goes to 26.
Yeah, anything back of a length, anything short, that is what he's waiting for, Cheyenne Brathwaite. You see it in the way that he's set up. If you look and you think back to the chances that were offered from Cheyenne, the balls that gave him just a bit of a challenge, with balls that were just around what you might consider to be that good length, just a little further than good length. Balls where he had to come onto that front foot.
Again, looking for an expansive drive there. Cheyenne Brathwaite sort of collapsed in his position, just the hands going really. Didn't really get out to the pitch of the ball. He's a big, powerful guy, Cheyenne Brathwaite. A lot of responsibility coming out at number 3 for Barbados. But the selectors would have seen something in him. He packs a punch when he hits that ball.
Yeah, that's the areas you need to be bowling to Cheyenne Brathwaite. Those are the areas that you'll begin to ask a couple questions. As we head through this spell from McKinney Clark, we're going to see if what he spoke to me about in the interview yesterday plays out here, because he also talked about his time with the academy and things that he's learned in that academy setup, things he's learned from his skipper, Naeem Young. And I mentioned, we will talk about it over the course of this spell.
He's got to build pressures. Take away the boundary balls. There's a pay for leg before. He's out leg before. That came back. That's what Joel Manning was talking about. On the money. Let's look at the replay, Joel.
You just wonder if height was a question on this occasion. Not playing a shot, Cheyenne Brathwaite striding out, and there we see that height factor is what I was considering, whether or not it might have gone over the top. Umpire Duguid says no, it would have crashed into probably middle stump on that occasion. But Cheyenne Brathwaite has to go 3 wickets down now for the Barbados Pride. And that is the drinks break.
So at drinks, Barbados are 43 for 3. Brathwaite walks back, very disappointed. You got a bat? Got to defend. Use your bat, son. Next time around, 43 for 3. So at the end of the drinks break here in Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados Pride opting to bat first. They're 43 for 3. Bowling change here from the media center in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Will now be the turn of Kadim Aline. Combined campuses and colleges, they're 57 for 5. Leeward Islands are 77 for 3. We have 3 finals taking place here in round 7. Combined campuses and colleges versus the defending champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus the Windward Island Volcanoes. And here at Coolidge, the West Indies Academy taking on the Barbados Pride. 3 slips now being employed, Joel.
Yeah, change of bowlers. Well, Kadim Aline into the attack.
Yeah, some spectators who have so far come out. Yeah, some visitors who are enjoying the game. Pete for a leg before. Drake's was upset with himself because he missed out. You know that was going down. He just needed to get back onto that. Now the sun is shutting out nicely here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. This is the beauty of this ground.
Aline, probably slowest of the pacers that we on show here from the West Indies Academy. And because of that, you need to be a little more consistent in terms of the lines and lengths that he bowls. And just hitting areas like that, keeping things tight, keeping the pressure on, and looking for those mistakes from the batters.
Wickham, this season, 40 versus the Leeward Islands, 34 against Trinidad and Tobago, against Jamaica, 63, 29, against the Windward Islands, 74 and 8, and against the combined campuses and colleges, 139. So he would have also made his debut, his first class debut against Jamaica. Could leave. So he's been really having a what you consider to be a fantastic season so far from the young man. $105 against the Academy, Ireland emerging. I was like way back in 2023. We were here to witness that. He's gone on from strength to strength. Kevin Wickham, batting at number 5 in this game. 43 for 3. Down the other side. I think that would have brushed a pad. Leg by with the signal here by the umpire. Yes, so my eye is not too bad, Joel. 47 for 3. Wickham still remains on naught. So it's going to be a situation now with Lane and Simmons out. There's no Naeem Young here. And so somebody's going to have to put in the donkey work. And it's expected that Kadim Aline is expected to be that bowler. They've now strengthened their slip cordon. 3 slips a gully. Backward point. Down the onside. Sort of pushing that one. Over completed. And at the end of 4, it is 47 for 3. You can still stay, Joel. Molly Richards will join you.
Dot, you want to go find like the water? Are you alright?
First three seamers being used by the academy, all picking up one apiece. Kadeem Ali, the fourth bowler, used. Just one over for him. Kevin Wickham, now on strike to face McKenny Clark, someone that he spent some time with in the academy setup as well. He's been in good form this season, Kevin Wickham, and it certainly looks that way with that type of a positive shot as well. Strides out quite nicely, eased it into the offside, as I say. Good morning to Mally Richards.
Good morning, Joel. Good morning to the watchers, listeners in the region and around the globe. Once again, fantastic conditions here at the CCG. Did have a bit of a rain delay to start the morning, but it's brightened up quite nicely, cleared up. Sun's come out, and the conditions here looking fantastic. Outfield lush green. West Indies Academy on top, as you said, Joe.
Oh, that's nice from Drake's. Got on top of it. He's looked picture perfect so far this morning.
Yeah, got on top of that one, Jonathan Drake. Just used the pace once again, showed good hands, good timing. Absolutely raced away across the turf. So another boundary to him. As he said, alongside Wickham, Jonathan Drake's almost a breakthrough season for him as well. Coming into this match, 365 runs. Just under 41, 40.55. Picked up his maiden first class 100 this season as well. Oh. That one just held its line outside the off stump from McKenny Clark. West Indies Academy have been a lot better here so far in session one, as opposed to last week. I think probably one of the worst performances from them that we've seen in a while. Just wasn't at the races. The body language looks good. Energy looks good. And as you said, Joe, oh, just a bit of a misfield there from skipper Teddy Bishop. As you said, the three seamers picking up the wickets early. Both Ramon Simmons and McKenny Clark playing their first games of the season. In fact, Ramon Simmons playing his first game in just under 12 months, just under a year. Would have last played in the Headley Weeks Tri-Series last April. It's just good to see the young man coming back from injury, looking good, picking up a wicket early.
Hey, the words of Josh Bishop. Oh, they're just noticing that they got that run up just a bit wrong on occasion, man. Kenny Clark. I actually think back to the Headley Week series, I think it was, or probably just before that, where he also had some issues with his run up, McKenny Clark.
It's been an issue, hasn't it? More times than not, in terms of the length. Seems to just be experimenting at times in terms of finding the right run-up length for him, his type of bowling. Just there again, chipped and missed. So as you said, the rhythm just a bit off here for McKenny Clark.
Yeah, in fact, this approach looks a lot smoother to what we would have seen previously, whereby there was a hop or a couple hops that were included in that run-up. Of course, it will take some time to get some work back into those legs. He's done a lot of work, you would say, in the last 9 to 12 months or so with the academy, outside the academy as well. A lot of that work has been in these shorter formats, and it was very interesting, the conversation I had with him that I mentioned to Vernon before he came on air, but I had a chance to do an interview with him. I think it was 2 days ago or a day ago, and he was talking, yes, about the experience that he had in his short ball, you know, playing with St. Lucia franchise in CPL, heading across to Abu Dhabi. But what was interesting is that he mentioned what he's learned in the academy is patience, and patience for his red ball game, because he found that he was just a little impatient as a bowler, always going searching for those wickets. He said, Naeem Young really impressed upon him to be a lot more patient when he has that red ball in his hand. And that's what I'm looking to see from him here, whether or not it translates now into the on-the-field performance. The end of the over, it's 53 for 3.
Yeah, big extravagant movement in there. And as you said, the different formats call for different modes of operation. And especially as a fast bowler, the lengths tend to vary as opposed to the longer format of the game. And just there, that hard length outside that off stump with a bit of movement either in or away. Even if it just holds, that's the area in which you want to be more often than not. Especially with conditions as helpful as they are with the new ball at the CCG. Tends to swing here early. We did see that cloud cover, that overcast, the overcast conditions. So far, the West Indies Academy have used them very well, used them to their advantage.
Something I'm able to notice as well in this game is the rotation of the seamers in terms of the length of overs that they've bowled. Of course, Ramon Simmons now coming back into the fray of things. I didn't expect him to get a long spell. There was also a relatively short spell as well for Johan Lane, something that we've not necessarily seen happen for him.
Just being used in shorter, quicker bursts. I think especially you've got quite a few seamers at your disposal. In that way, it tends to keep them fresher for longer. You get more out of them. That intensity, you would hope, is sustained for longer periods. So far, Kadeem Allen probably didn't bowl as well as he would have liked in that second innings, but here in this match, he's made a good start for me.
There's that patience factor that's required when you're batting early on here at CCG. Jonathan Drake's just being the example of it. Yes, getting that straight out, but you saw how close that bat was to pad as well, not pushing it out, not getting in front of that front pad on that occasion. It was a fantastic length though from Kadeem Allen. Good cricket all around, you would say.
Yeah, it's a real defensive stroke, isn't it? We've seen batters get in trouble just with a mix of attack and defense, neither one or the other. Once again, just honing in on that leg stump. Drakes would think he missed out on that delivery. Full ball on leg stump, big open space in that mid-wicket region.
Yeah, that's the one that was over-pitched on that occasion. That's the one certainly to capitalize on. No real risk in that one. Making a slight change to the field now with Kevin Wickham on strike. Yeah, just adds just a bit more reinforcement to that leg side field. McKenny Clark comes to was a regulation mid-wicket position on the leg side. So probably might be looking to bowl just a bit straighter to Kevin Wickham. You also see a leg slip in play as well.
Yeah, that mid-wicket. I'd like to see that mid-wicket just get a little closer. They're getting into a real catching position. We'll keep an eye on how fast he actually walks in. It's a key position here early to Wickham. A good start from Kadeem Allen. Short delivery right on the money. Took Kevin Wickham by surprise.
Yeah, bowling to his field, you would say there. So some clear plans at the moment. And I was also going to mention a lot of high egos out there in this situation as well. A lot of chatter will be out there between the likes of Kadeem Allen and Kevin Wickham, certainly. But short, sharp, and rising into the body of Wickham. So you're probably telling yourself, okay, might be a bit shorter to him, looking for him to fend off towards that leg slip.
Did very well to keep that one down, especially, as you said, with the leg slip position. Just there again. So as you're saying, Joe, tactically, West Indies Academy have been right on the money, but not only that, they're executing at the moment. And if we look back to that previous game in which they would have performed so poorly, you'd have to say tactically they weren't at the races as well.
Yeah, that second innings especially. 'Cause in
Especially.
the first innings, I would definitely say they were on the money.
Yeah, they were. They were.
The
To be
West Indies
fair.
Academy
To be
picked
fair.
up those wickets of the Windwards. But yeah, that second innings just looked a bit flatter. I think it probably came especially on the back of the batting performance that they had as well.
Aerial. No one in that mid-off position. In fact, mid-off very wide and close. So Wickham picks up his first boundary. It's a bit dicey, flirting with a bit of danger, but 4 runs nonetheless. The end of a pretty good Kadeem Allen over. 5 runs coming from it. Barbados Pride are 54 for 3.
Yeah, just shake him up a little there, Kadeem Allen. And then looking at the drive that Wickham played, I'm comparing it to what I mentioned a little earlier in the over from Jonathan Drake, so how he allowed that ball to come to him. And still, yes, we've had an hour plus of play here, but still, you know, a lot of those drives not there just yet. You definitely expect a couple of those balls to go air when you're looking to reach out, looking to, you know, get that straight in to play them. And it just takes us back to that game previously here at Coolidge. You saw how many guys got caught on ball, how many guys, you know, offered chances to that cover region, playing similar shots.
Yeah, just playing a few too many strokes, as you say. When it's defense, you defend dead bat style, and when you're attacking, you really commit yourself to the stroke. And there, Kevin Wickham, maybe just playing that one a little on the up. As you said, maybe unsettled by those short deliveries, not quite transferring the weight. But McKenny Clark, again, hard length. That hit the bat quite hard. But once again, Jonathan Drake's very composed. Just allowed that one to come all the way in. Played very late indeed. And if you remember, he would have brought up that maiden first class 100 here at the CCG. So he's got good memories of this ground. Should be very confident indeed. Batting conditions look good now, especially with the sun out. Just their shot selection will be very key going forward as well.
Yeah, it certainly will. Playing, I would say, 2 surfaces to the left of where they played when they played versus Guyana, but conditions still relatively similar. And I think that he will have a picture, or at least a map, of how he can go about this innings, especially knowing that as long as you spend time out there in the middle, you've seen that there runs out there for you. And teams that capitalized on that were teams like Guyana, certainly, especially in their first innings, and how much runs they piled on, especially after losing early wickets. Just always a measure of application, a measure of waiting on it, and a measure of opening the face on that one from Drake. Collects another boundary.
Yeah, well played once again. Let's look at how late he plays this one. Once again, an inward movement from McKenny Clark, but played very late. Good hands by Jonathan Drake. Just open the bat face, run down into that wide third man position. So he's looking very good here. Very composed. Looks like a player who's on top of his game. He's making good decisions as well. Bodes well for the young man. If you think as well that 100 he would have scored versus Guyana, I think those conditions were slightly trickier than what we're seeing here. Just a bit more pace in this pitch. It's coming onto the bat a lot better. We said this ball 13.3 overs old now. This new ball very key for the West Indies Academy fast bowlers here. Need to pick up wickets, as I think batting conditions will just get even better as this day progresses, if we don't have any more interruptions, that is. And even the way he played that, Jonathan Drake, was a good shot delivery. So just seemed to have an extra split second of time. Just drop the hands.
Yeah, that's the thing that you get with Jonathan Drake, so he's at the crease. It always looks as if, you know, he has a lot of time out there, and way the expectations have been heaped on him as well in terms of, looking for bigger scores, looking for better performances. It's certainly been a better season for him this season in comparison to last season.
Extra pace and bounce on that one. Awkward length into that hip area of Drake's. Good over from McKenny Clark. Just the 4 coming from it. Barbados Pride won the toss earlier this morning and chose to batter 62 for 3.
Yeah, it looks a little nippy. Looks a bit quicker coming from that end. McKenny Clark, you just wonder if maybe it's a tale of two halves in terms of the surface at the moment, coming from that CIU road, and whether or not just that bottom half, just a little drier maybe. You notice there's a bit less grass coming towards this area as well, so probably just a touch drier also, so that ball just nipping on to Drake's a little quicker than you would get it if you were facing this media center end. I say that, and then you look at the last 2 deliveries that Kevin Wickham got from Kadeem Ali, which kind of rushed him as well.
They've definitely come up with their plans for Kevin Wickham. Can they execute them though? Kadeem Allen to continue. Leg slip. Stays. There's fine leg. Mid wicket, mid on. Mid off. Very close. Very wide as well. And just there in that area. Wickham gets off strike. So he'll be happy to just have a bit of a watch from the other end.
Yeah, this is what you can't afford to allow to happen. Just that easy single into the leg. So they actually made an adjustment with their mid-wicket in terms of getting him just go a little further towards what will be that square leg position. But in fact, I reckon that you could have actually just put him just a bit behind square because of how Kevin Wickham is shaping up. You're not telling yourself that he's going to be pulling that ball in front of square. He's not looking to get, comfortably on top of it, and work it in front of square. So could have had that man behind square, made sure they kept him on straight. Just those little small adjustments, those small moments. Well, he's flirting with danger, and danger produces a boundary for Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, same plan here for Jonathan Drakes. This time he makes contact, but it's a thin edge. In fact, just between the wicketkeeper and that diving leg slip. So you see what they're playing at so far. Kadeem Allen is producing in terms of his execution. He's bowling the ball in the right areas. It must be said, Jonathan Drake's a little lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, it means the man at leg slip just takes 2 steps to the right. And here's where you also look at the adjustments as well, because with Kadeem Allen, you just wondered if he might have gone for a fuller length to Drake's, and because of that, certainly would need to have that leg slip a little finer in comparison to when bowling at Kevin Wickham, whereby you're bowling back of a length, so you certainly expect when he gets back, that fend off is going to go a bit wider as well. And once again, just looking at those small adjustments and what they could mean, because you're making that adjustment after the fact.
Well, I like this plan so much as well. It plays on the mind of the batter. It really poses a dilemma because batters don't really want the ball hitting them. And in that area, you're forced to play. More often than not, it's going to be a glance as well. It's going to take some execution, though. Kadeem Allen, not the quickest of the West Indies Academy bowlers here as well. I think it must be said, a real strength for Barbados this season has been in that middle order. Obviously, Craig Brathwaite at the top leading the way. Top run scorer for Barbados, second overall to Mikhail Louis. So if you look at Kevin Wickham, Jonathan Drakes, Zachary McCaskey as well, top and middle order has really produced consistently.
That's over.
The end of that Kadeem Allen over.
King. It's King.
Jonathan Drake's just feeling the after effects of that ball that would have hit him in the previous over off McKenny Clark. See him signal to the physio, just seemingly having a hip issue. That ball probably just hit him slightly above that thigh pad. You know, that's a bony area, Joel. Very
He's also a
sore
very
indeed.
bony lad. Not much meat on the bones of Jonathan Drake's out there. Yeah, just get a bit of running repairs at the moment by the physio.
What have you made of that first passage of play also, in terms of how the West Indies Academy have come out?
They came out as they should. Bounding, especially with those young seamers, conditions in the morning favoring them as well. Wouldn't have been hard work in terms of the overhead conditions, in terms of the sun beating down on you. So certainly would have enjoyed the better part of the morning conditions ways, but they bowled well as well. And you always look at the fact that yes, conditions might favor you, but you also still need to bowl what's required in those conditions. And they bowl balls of asked questions. You would say that the ball that Johan Lane gave to Craig Brathwaite, you would say that's a big man ball essentially in terms of the length that he hit, the fact that it held its line, probably slightly moved away. Brathwaite just guilty of maybe playing inside of that one. I mentioned the fact that you might say, okay, he didn't necessarily get the height that he probably expected also, Brathwaite, because he saw him just signaling a bit, in terms of that height differential for him, but it was a fantastic delivery. And it would say, you know what, you would take that as an opener. If you get that ball, then it's not a case of I truly made a major mistake, a massive error on that occasion. Maybe I just need to look to cover, maybe next time cover it a little more. But it was a fantastic delivery from Johan Lane. Zach and McCaskey, though, I think will be a little disappointed with how he got it, because it was not a ball that should have troubled him as an opener. You're looking at a surface where you shouldn't really be striding out too far to play those balls slightly off. Some could have easily left that one. Needed to be a bit more patient. So looking to get the scoring on Zach and McCaskey,
especially early in his innings.
Yeah, exactly. Just guilty of pushing at that one, caught in between because he never got that front foot to stride out fully to the delivery as well. But it was a good length, a good area there, you would say, on that occasion. So, fantastic work there. And then you saw McKenny Clark come and get into stride. He bowled good areas, also bowled with good pace as well. And you maybe just wonder if maybe a question of height on that occasion in terms of the dismissal, because in terms of where it struck Cheyenne Brathwaite, definitely was above
and he's
that.
quite a big, tall guy as well.
Got a stride in as well. So, he was definitely pushing out just in front of that crease. So you question whether or not height might have been a question there. But hey, you know what?
Didn't offer a stroke.
Yeah, but still being rewarded though for bowling good areas, McKenny Clark. So all in all, you have to say that, you can be happy. And then you look at what Kadeem Allen has been backing up with as well. You can definitely see the plan that he's bowling to. So when you look at what would be the morning session for them, I think that they've been able to tick their boxes. But what you're now seeing here from a Barbados perspective, just a little more patience being applied. And, that is what you need here. You need batters who are going to just wait on it. Wait on my chance to score runs. And I say, when we look at what Guyana were able to do, when you even look at what Windies did in their second innings on the surface, you saw guys being rewarded for waiting their turn to score runs here at Coolidge.
Yeah, in cricketing terms, they call it earning the right to score big. That's just recognizing conditions as well. This one starts with a loose nut. McKenny Clark, he's hammered well in front of square this time.
Yeah, just banging it into the surface on that occasion, McKenny Clark. And I think he got a little excited based on what he was able to do to Jonathan Drakes and how that ball just nipped back into him. But you're able to see a stark difference between the two deliveries. That time you actually saw the effort to bend it back, to drive it into the surface, and the surface not responded. The deliveries to Drakes that just cut him in half, you would say, are the ones that just kind of kissed the deliveries that you saw him just got, just back of a good length. Essentially, the ball just coming out and responding out to the surface, and that was the difference there.
Just there, skidding on
Yeah, that's the difference. Just asking the pitch to do the work in comparison to him looking to just bend his back and do that additional work.
As we said earlier, he's a real rhythm bowler, isn't he, McKenny Clark? When that rhythm is good, does have that ability to just produce deliveries of a bit of extra pace that in itself can prove to be quite disconcerting to a batter. But Kevin Wickham, he jumped all over that short delivery. The man deposited in front of square now, almost in a mid-wicket position on the boundary. So being quite proactive here.
I just hope he doesn't get carried away in terms of looking to bang the ball into the surface. Just allowing that ball to touch down, allow it to kiss the surface, and allow the surface to do what it wants to do from there. Something that we're also going to have a question with when it comes to Jerry McAllister bowling later on this surface as well.
Just there. More of a hard length, but a bit fuller. Not necessarily banging it into the turf. What's a little baffling for me, the man is coming into mid-wicket, but when we've seen McKenny Clark get it right, especially with that shape from outside the off stump into that right-hander, for me, they're missing a trick not having a short leg. Saw the area in which Jonathan Drakes was hit just above the hip as well. Tell he really tried to bowl an outswinger there, McKenny Clark. Radar was a bit off. That natural angle of his is into the right hander. As he said, after his sojourns around the world, good to see him here in the longer format. And it's something that's plagued.
Before that, McKenny Clark gestured the fact that the ball is doing a lot to the right-hander, so that probably as well. Just doing a bit too much and going down that leg side. The end, though, of that over, it's 73 for 3.
And this is where you've got to recognize, especially on day one, session one, it's just been brought on here to buy a bit of time for his West Indies Academy seamers. Not sure how I feel about it, to be fair. But I think surely if you're Johan Lane in particular, you're chomping at the bit to come back for a second spell here.
Yeah, it might have been interesting to see whether or not, or whether what, a 2-over spell maybe, a 2-over burst.
Especially with lunch, as you said, coming up. You get those 40 minutes to rest once again. It's all about being clever. So far, Teddy Bishop, I think he's led very well. Tactically, they've been astute.
Games around the region, quite interestingly poised. Here, 74 for 3. Leewards versus the Windwards. Leewards are 96 for 4. Combined campuses and colleges playing versus Guyana are 64 for 5. And Jamaica Scorpions versus Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force 51 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, but 3 of those games are the ones that we're keeping eyes on around the region, because 3 of those games will tell us who will be crowned champions of this West Indies Championship and who collects $250,000 and hopefully who might say, well, Joel, you know, I was to buy a lunch and a drink, spare you a little something, a little change.
You'll be lucky to get another interview after this. But yeah, it's great to see, the injection of finance into the game.
Middle.
Serves a real purpose in terms of motivation. Really motivates players to perform, I'd say.
Just come to right a little. Yeah.
Yeah, I did a little quick mass, a little division. Yeah, not a bad little chunk to take home.
Not bad, eh?
Not a bad piece, not a bad sharing of the pie.
You wouldn't mind that, would you? I'd definitely.
Don't tempt me to put on my weight, Matty.
Spin from both ends, though, Joe. The spin twins.
Go start, JB. Go start, JB. Go start,
It's fair to say the main bowlers for the West Indies Academy, they've bowled a majority of overs so far this season. And they've picked up some 67 wickets between them. Joshua Bishop leading the charge at 37 coming into this match. Ashmead Ned not too far behind on 30.
Yeah, it certainly haven't been the engine room for the West Indies Academy. Been the principal reason why they've put up some good performances as well in this tournament. Yes, the batters at times have done their job, but the bowling certainly has always saved the Academy throughout this tournament.
I think coming into this match, actually, just looking at the stats, just as a cricket fan, 3 of the top 5 wicket takers taking part in this match. Joshua Bishop, as we said, leading the charts. Jamel Warrican there at number 2 as well. And Ashmead Ned also in the top 5. So happens that all 3 of them as well are left-arm orthodox spinners.
Yep, the battle of the left-arm spinners.
In terms of that competition as well, it'll be good to see just who comes out on top. Good start for Josh Bishop. He's had a fantastic season, as you said, leading the charts. Picked up 10 wickets as well in a match this season. 10 for, so a real landmark for the young man. Just 2 10-fers taken for the season so far. Joshua Bishop and Rustin Chase, the other man to do so, who unfortunately isn't here for Barbados, from a Barbados Pride perspective, that is. What an impact he made in this championship, just playing the one game. As we said, picked up 10 wickets in the match, scored 100 as well. 120 out of 87 balls, 126. So he'll be a big miss for Barbados here. But this partnership now, it's just grown to 32.
Quite possibly the last over before lunch.
Went for the arm ball there, did Ashmead Ned. Jonathan Drakes, especially against the spinners here early. He's picked length really well. He's come forward when he's had to. He's gone back as well. Use that depth of the crease there, just using the pace from Ned. So another boundary. That one ends the over. I think you're right, Joe. We'll go to lunch. So at lunch, Barbados Pride, after winning the toss and electing to bat, 79 for 3. Jonathan Drake's not out on 28. Shan Brathwaite, he went for 26. And Kevin Wickham is on 11 not out at the break as well. So join us in about 40 minutes or so for the resumption after the luncheon interval.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We're live from the Coolidge Cricket Ground on the West Indies YouTube channel, compliments of 360. We say thanks to Jason, his camera colleague today from Tobago. And the news is that at lunch, Barbados were 79 for 3. At the break, they were 43 for 3 off 10 overs. 19 overs have been bowled. And play is just about to start. We would have lost some 55 minutes due to some morning showers. Barbados lost Brathwaite, McCaskey, and Cheyenne Brathwaite. The West Indies Academy without their captain in this game. The official team captain, 9 Young. So 9 Young, Joshua James and Joshua Dawn are the players left out. Teddy Bishop captain, Kadim Aline, Rashan Warrell, Akeem O'Geese, Colin Boyne Tuckett, the wicketkeeper, Joshua Bishop, McKinney Clark, Ewan Lane, Raymond Simmons, Ashmin Ned. For Team Barbados, there's no Roston Chase. So Craig Brathwaite captain, Cheyenne Brathwaite, Shaquille Cumberbatch, Jonathan Drakes, you have Akeem Jordan, and you have Jaya McAllister, Zachary McCaskey, Raymond Reefer, Demetrius Richards, Jamal Warrican, and Kevin Wickham. Kevin Wickham is on 11 from 18, and Jonathan Drakes, who's looked very businesslike, articulate in his innings so far. He's been 28 from 47. Right after lunch, the sun is beaming down here on the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We want to say good afternoon to all the folks all over the world who are viewing the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, including the folks who are also engaging us on social media and all of our platforms organized by Cricket West Indies. Raman Reefer starting after lunch. And Teddy Bishop conservatively starting with 2 slips.
Poor excuse, Ted. Poor excuse. Poor excuse.
Kevin Wickham on strike. All to play for here in this important clash. Driven up to cover, can't score. First delivery after lunch. Raymond Simmons before his first ball. 4 overs, no maidens, 23 runs, 1 wicket. Ewan Lane, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 13 runs, 1 wicket. McKinney Clark, 1 over, no maiden, 4 runs, 1 wicket. And Kadim Aline, 1 over for no runs. Get back to that in a little while. Back and crack that. Out to cover. Get 1 run. Sort of lazy delivery there from Raymond Simmons. Sat up. Two runs in the process there, so the score now moves up to 81 for 3. Wickham is 13. Tapping his bat very hard as Wickham get the concentration going. Again, this is what I was talking about. You have to have 3 slips in a gully. There's being conservative. You're taking a gamble. You're either trying to get wickets or you're not trying to get wickets. 3 slips in a gully. That would have been an easy catch down somebody's throat. A boundary instead to Kevin Wickham. He goes to 17. The score goes to 85 for 3 as I welcome back Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to everyone. Yeah, it's important that the West Indies Academy here stay disciplined, Vern. Probably went a bit searching for a wicket just before the luncheon interval. As we said here, with conditions the way they are, I still think there's a bit in it for the fast bowlers if they can be patient, build up a bit of pressure, bowl that hard length more often than not on that off stump.
The things I'm finding is that they're taking a long time to learn how to bowl on this track. This is my major concern.
Well, playing two new seamers today, aren't they? Especially with Simmons. Spoke already, he's playing his first match in just under a year. McKenny Clark as well, last seen in the longer format in December versus the Island Emerging Academy here.
85 for 3. Simmons, left arm seamer. So great to see a left arm seamer. Driven sweetly through cover. There's protection there. Jordan Johnson coming around, but he can't stop the second run.
Foul, JJ.
Even though I feel that he's in a wasted position.
Good batting that from Kevin Wickham. Didn't try to overhit that one.
Craig Brathwaite bowl line for 2. Zachary McCaskey caught Bishop bowl Raymond Simmons for 2 as well. Shyam Brathwaite LBW 2. McKenny Clark for 26. And Kevin Wickham, he goes up to 19. Push through the offside for 4. Ned could have done a lot better there. Sort of dived along beside the ball. He could have come across and stopped the ball, stay on his feet. He was diving instead. And lovely off drive there to Kevin Wickham. Gracefully, score goes up to 91. First over after lunch. More or less a mixed bag in the process.
Yeah, a lot of what we like about Kevin Wickham was illustrated in that shot. Once again, didn't try to overhit, just held his shape, presented the full face. Always a sweet timer of the ball, isn't he? He's made a very good start here, 23 from 24, and a year ago, in the same position, I would have said, this is a danger period for Kevin Wickham, especially when he got into the 20s and the 30s. Just seemed to lose concentration, but he has seemed to have moved on from then.
He's graduated more or less.
Yeah, his game has really improved, not just in the strokes he plays and in the way he goes about it, but mentally in those concentration levels.
Just wanted to support what you were talking about, Mali, in terms of the West Indies Academy staying on top of this game. 91 for 3, 14 boundaries, Mali. Get you to comment after at delivery.
Ariel, oh. First time we've seen that from Jonathan Drakes. So maybe just wanting to match his partner there with that shot. Not sure that was on. Played that one on the up. So a loose shot from Jonathan Drakes. Luckily for him and the Barbados pride, that didn't go to hand. The man is positioned at the extra cover position. But he's a bit wider. He's made the adjustment now, but has the horse already bolted. Springs.
Gotta get the angles sorted out. Cricket is about angles. And you just don't set a field just because you want to set a field. You know, if you're working on a plan, you gotta be patient. And that's something that you and Joel was talking about. The West Indian bowlers, West Indies Academy bowlers. Here's another boundary.
And you can tell just by the body language now, they're just feeling a bit ragged, the West Indies Academy. A real show of disgust from Johan Lane. They just kicked the turf in frustration. Once again, another boundary to Wickham.
Played it right under his eyes.
Yeah, he
just
did.
Opened the face. Just use the pace of the delivery and steered it down to the vacant third man boundary. Now, as we speak, Mali, the score is 96 for 3. You got a sweeper on the offside for Wickham. It kind of baffles me. Bring that sweeper up into the third slip area and try and build some pressure and get a wicket.
think they're really worried about the scoring rate here, the West Indies Academy. 4.68. At one point he was up at 5s.
But you have 15 boundaries, Mali.
That's the issue. It's the boundary balls that they've bowled. They just lost their discipline in terms of the lines and the lengths. Just there again, both sides of the wicket from Johan Lane. So it's almost got a similar feel to the previous match here in terms of that second innings.
5 runs out the over already. First over cost 12 runs, 2 boundaries. So really after lunch, Barbados have to just sit back. They've got 3 boundaries. Easy. Don't have to do anything.
Gets called for a wide.
To get called in a 40 for a wide, it really has to be wide.
It took him by surprise, didn't it?
It did.
This is an area I'd love to see young Lane work on as well. Every now and again, when things just aren't going his way, his head tends to drop.
Yeah.
It's very visible.
And his energy level is being transferred onto the rest of the team because they expect him to be bubbling, but he's sometimes just not there.
Even if you think back to his first spell this morning, looked full of energy. The way he was walking back to his mark as well with intent. Yeah, he's just lost it here. And this is the side of the game in which these young guys will definitely have to improve. And you do expect that level of development to come as well in terms of the mental side, dealing with their emotions.
But I want to make another point to Mali. It's not everybody who's cut out for red ball cricket. And there's some skill set of some folks who want to play white ball cricket as well. So you have to also take that into consideration. Because you're an academy setup doesn't mean that you maybe might be interested in playing test cricket. That's another area, Mali, for discussion that we could look at.
That's full. He's missed it. Has he missed that one? That was full indeed.
I think he was going down.
That's the only issue. Or whether he got a bit of bat on that one. We'll have a look. As he said, it was full, so he didn't have a long way to travel.
Pitch outside the line and the legs on Mali.
I don't know. That's close for me.
Yeah, but you also could see, if we look back at it again, Jason.
Let's have a look at this again.
Look where Kyron is. Not Kyron, look where Colin Boyne Tuckett is. That's what I was judging from.
The wicketkeeper. Have a look at the wicketkeeper. Which way is he looking to go? He's looking to go down the leg side.
Close.
Close. Very close indeed. And a decision that as marginal such as that, you got to give the benefit of the doubt to the umpire and to the batter.
So the partnership, Mali, is 54 from 66. The score is 97 for 3. Some 15 boundaries have been hit. Very high proportion of boundaries. So after lunch, they bowled 2 overs and 17 runs have been scored with 3 boundaries.
They've gone to the go-to man in which to stem this flow of runs.
It's got 37 wickets so far. Oh. Welcome to the party.
Yeah, he starts with a little floaty one, and Jonathan Drake says, I'm not having that in his area. A bit floaty from Joshua Bishop, and he's deposited handsomely in that long off region. 1 bounce for 4 runs. Clean hit from Drake. He moves on to 33.
Yeah, you got to be on the money, Mali. As compared to what we saw when they were playing against the Windward Islands, Jonathan Drake is having none of that.
Oh, that almost went back onto the stumps. That boundary would have brought up the 50 partnership. In fact, the 50 partnership would have come up before. That boundary takes the partnership to 54 now between Drakes and Wickham. 100 and
103 for 3.
103 for 3. Seems like the manual scoreboard is just a couple runs off here. Okay, once again, Jonathan Drake, it's important that he picks the length. Saw him just misread that length there, something we spoke about in the previous match. Joshua Bishop having the ability to cause batters to misread length. This one's hit. Again, looking to go downtown. Was Drake's. It was aerial, but no real chance for the mid-off fielder.
I think they recorded a 6 when it really should have been a 4, Mali. So this manual scoreboard is right. It is 101 for 3. I think the ball, it was signaled 4 runs.
Yeah, it did take a couple bounces just before the boundary.
So I think they will have to get that one
and
right.
And instead of 35, I think Jonathan Drake should be on 33.
And the partnership should be 58.
58.
Yes, because before that it was 58 of 66. The score being 97. So the manual score of Mr. Blacks is on point.
Right. Yeah, they would have come together with the score on 43. When Cheyenne Brathwaite was dismissed. It's been quite a hot topic in the West Indies cricket chat, especially on this game, in terms of that Brathwaite dismissal. After the fans think height was an issue. Well,
another white ball again.
That's something Joe Manning was speaking about as well.
Well, the umpires have been under serious pressure throughout this entire series as well.
Let's have a look at that one again, Jace, if we can, possibly. So all of a sudden here, 2 wides in the last couple overs for Johan Lane. It's not something you see too often. Slightly harsh? Very harsh indeed. So it's important that Johan Lane just keeps his nerve here. That's a good comeback. Still showing a level of disgust, Johan Lane. It's one of the beauties of the game as well. You know, life lessons can be taken from it. How you deal with adversity. How does one respond positively, especially in a team setting?
And that's why I was talking to you, Mali, about the white ball skills and the red ball skills. In the 4-day and test cricket, you're now going to have to relax. You're going to have to be patient. You're going to have to land the ball into certain areas. And you can't go searching, because in going searching, then you can release the pressure. And we've seen during this series that the academy, they've been on top, but then all of a sudden they've just dropped their guard, and teams have just seized that opportunity.
Yes, I think he's gotten a bit of bat on that. He's got to go, so he's been strangled down the leg side. Very woody sound indeed. Comfortably taken by Colin Bowen Tuckett down the leg side. So Johan Lane, he picks up his second wicket. That will do his confidence the world of good. Kevin Wickham was looking in no trouble whatsoever. Goes strangled down the leg side. If anything, was just a little lackadaisical in playing that stroke.
And a healthy edge as well too.
Very healthy. Probably faced it. Took the bat face on the way down.
Yeah, he'd be very disappointed in the way he got out. And sometimes the worst deliveries in cricket, Mali, do get wickets.
Yeah, sometimes we've seen Johan Lane actually bowl better deliveries and not pick up wickets, so he won't be complaining. So he's got 2 for 20 now from his 6.
So 102 for 4. Raymond Reefer now comes out. And Wickham very, 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 very disappointed.
Yeah, very dejected look on the face of the young man.
That's not touch to you.
The way he was looking, looked like a big one was on the cards, Vern.
Yeah, because he normally, when he cashes in, he really tends to cash in.
Especially here at the CCG. Brought up his maiden first class 100 here. Seeing that wicket of Kevin Wickham has brought Raymond Reefer to the crease. A slightly different position to what we've seen this season.
But there's no Ruston Chase in this lineup today, so I think he would maybe be forced to bat low down with his inexperienced batting lineup, as you would say, for Barbados, because you had the return of Kevin Wickham, who was in blistering form. So Raymond Reefer, he's off and running.
I think, to be fair, we would have seen Raymond Reefer coming in at number 3.
Yeah.
Cheyenne Brathwaite batted in that number 3 position today.
But he's had a lean season, Mali. Really has not done anything much. 317 against the Leeward Islands, 12 and 0 against Trinidad and Tobago, 13 and 19 against Guyana. Really, and then he also is bowling 2 for 19 against the Leewards, 0 for 20, 0 for 3 against Trinidad, 1 for 42 against Guyana. So by his standards, in terms of him matching up, this is his 100th first-class game. He'll be playing before this. 3,851 runs with only 1 century, Mali, 1 first-class century and 22 centuries. He's played 8 test matches, high score of 62, 3 half centuries.
And to be fair, I think he's also one of these players that we're seeing almost just suffering from a hangover in terms of non-selection or being dropped from the West Indies team. Come back down to this first class level. Maybe just at the crossroads in terms of their age.
He's 32 years of age.
Yeah.
But even on the context, even when Raymond Reefer got into the West Indies team, Ali, I think the batting position of having him bat at number 3 was really sort of out of context.
Has
Brilliant
that taken
catch.
an inside edge? It has.
Lovely catch by Colombo in Tuckett. Loose shot by Drakes. And all of a sudden, after 1 come 2. Here goes Wickham, now Drakes.
You're so right. All of a sudden, the grumpy Johan Lane is now ecstatic. This one was a better delivery. Outside that off stump. Hint of seam movement in to the right-handed Jonathan Drakes. First time probably we're seeing him play a loose stroke outside that off stump.
Not only that, Mali, the right foot really didn't get deep enough. He was still looking to go square.
Yeah, I mean, that's something for him to work on.
I know you're a batter, I know you, but it's just that the line and the length really.
It's that inward movement,
yes,
actually, that would have done him. Taking
yes,
the inside edge.
Yeah.
As you said, good low catch from Carlin Bowen Tuckett.
So the 2 set batters, Mali, all of a sudden, Wickham for 27, Drakes to 35. Barbados just allowing the academy to come back into the game, 103 for 5.
Yeah, you're right. All of a sudden, West Indies Academy, that double strike has brought them right back into things. They were looking flat. Johan Lane had lost his discipline. He's looking frustrated. A few wides outside that off stump. Harshly called, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But as we said, this is such a fantastic game in terms of the lessons that can be learnt. How to deal with adversity. And so far, the young man has responded very well. 3 for 21 from his 7. Shows you how quickly things can change as well.
So 2 new batters now at the crease. It's the first time that I'm going to we get an opportunity to see the wicketkeeper Richards. I think Philip Spooner did mention on our broadcast that this was the guy that Barbados was looking at. So we'll see what he has to offer. Demetrius Richards.
Good start, JB.
Raymond Reefer, he's on 1. A product of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. In terms of the professional setup, if you would look and you would want to have a blueprint as to players moving around the region, Raymond Reefer would be a successful story.
Probably just the illustrate as well the point of few players suffering from maybe a non-selection hangover or dropping hangover. You have Raymond Reefer, Shamar Brooks as well comes to mind. Saw what happened to Jermaine Blackwood
Oh, well, he's completely out of there.
in that Jamaican Scorpion
In fact,
setup.
he's now dropped, Mali.
Completely.
The West Indies vice captain. Originally, he used to be the West Indies vice captain. There's a paper leg before. I think that one would have hit him outside the line of the off stump.
Just outside. Let's have a look. Just, if anything.
Yeah. Maiden over to Joshua Bishop. And here's where I was talking about Mali, about maybe West Indies Academy trying to attack maybe even Reefer, who doesn't look settled. Get a silly point in front of Reefer. You know, give him something to think about.
And that's something we've seen. We haven't seen enough, actually. Is that pressure being put on that front foot defense. Tend to see a little short leg more often than not, but the silly mid-off as well in the eye line of the batter.
Because when you go to the next level, Mali, that's going to be happening. You're facing up to a Nathan Lyon. They're going to have them all around. Short leg, silly point. You know, you're going to have to deal with that leg slip. You're going to have to deal with that pressure. And as a cricket pundit, as a selector, that's how you judge the character of players, to see how they handle those situations. He's off and running, Richards, left-hander. Good powerful return there from Raymond Simmons to Carlin Boyne Tuckett. So 2 left-handers now at the crease, and I'm glad that Lane is not going around, he's staying over.
Yeah, looking to use that angle across as well. Especially to Raymond Reefer early in his innings.
But he needs 3 slips for Raymond Reefer.
He's got 2 on a gully at the moment.
Yeah, got to get that next slip in, get that ball, get it to go across him. Take that cover out.
Saw what he was trying there. And I think this is the issue with Johan Lane at times, is when he looks to bowl a bit straighter or tries to push the ball across the left-hander. I think he can just bowl his normal stock delivery and allow the natural angle to help him.
Get that 3rd slip in. Take that cover out, put that 3rd slip in, because Reefer tends to push at the ball, push at the deliveries. Doesn't drive the ball through cover, really.
Just there again. It's easier said than done, but a lot of the deliveries that he sometimes sprays down the leg side to the right-hander would be perfect to the left-hander.
Now because of the patience now, Mali is changed.
Yeah, it's
It's
the impatience of youth almost.
Yeah, it's a matter of just
Wants it to happen now.
Yeah, just wait, just be, because you know, you've relaxed Reefer now. He can relax himself with you coming around the wicket.
Let's see the line in which he employs here. It's not really a decision from around the wicket for Raymond Reefer in terms of what to play and what to leave. Someone who does like the ball straight as well, looks to clip and nurdle the ball into the onside.
You want to bowl him into his weak areas. Where you wanted to get him driving.
You want him to think he can drive you through the upside.
And it's really not there.
Slightly open stance here from Raymond Reefer. Just there. That's a good delivery though. Good positive leave that from Raymond Reefer. He's quite a plucky cricketer indeed. Quite underrated, I would say. Maybe at times not the most aesthetically pleasing, maybe not the most talented cricketer you've ever seen, but what he does give you is 100%. He's also a player who's improved immensely over the years.
And to leave Barbados to go to the Ghana Happy Eagles, is a huge benefit to his own career.
To achieve test selection is a massive achievement for someone like Raymond Reefer. Just there gets away with that one, this lane, especially with fine leg being as wide as it is.
And they have a deep backward square for Raymond Reefer. So my concern, Mali, is that if you've looked at what's up, this is the 25th over now. So it makes no sense in trying to see if you can be able to bang in the ball short, because it's showing you that once you're banging the ball short, that it's going to be hit away. So that man to me is almost wasted.
I think he's trying to keep him honest more than the fact that he's going to bang one in. Just trying to keep the left-handed Reefer a bit off balance here. That's a little shorter. That awkward height, well played in the end from Raymond Reefer. So another good over this from Johan Lane. He backs up that over in which he took that double strike.
He's now 3 for 23 from 8. So all of a sudden, he's searching for a fifer. 105 for 5. And Barbados now will have to go into a rebuilding phase as we speak. And could be bowled up before tea.
Could be.
This partnership is going to be key. Richards and Reefer. Double R's.
Mentioning 5-wicket hauls, we've had 35 wicket hauls coming into this round 7
Well, I'll tell you something.
of matches.
With the 37 wickets that Joshua Bishop has taken, he hasn't taken 5 wickets. Ned has got 2. Pretty interesting scenario.
In fact, I think he's taken 5 wickets once.
Did he have one?
Yeah, he's got 1. Best of 6 for 96. He's also taken a 10 for this season.
How much he got the last time?
Got 8 in the last match.
In the last match. 4-4.
JB.
I think Richards is going to have to be careful. He's dancing across the crease. And every now and again, Bishop tends to get that ball to just drop suddenly. See, and he's looking to play the ball square. To Bishop, he's going to have to look to play the ball up the V.
I almost got a bit confused doing a little research on Demetrius Richards. Also saw the name Demario Richards playing for the CCC as well. Did a bit of digging. Turns out they're twins. Both wicketkeeper batters.
Interesting.
One Demetrius and one Demario.
So we've seen a lot of wicket keepers this time around. All diminutive in stature. But for sure, he's taller than Colin Boyne Tuckett.
They're standing side by side.
Yeah.
Good time to compare. Another over comes to an end. 26 in the books now. It's 109 for 5. Barbados Pride. So momentum has almost just shifted back into the West Indies Academy favour here, Vern. As he said, that double strike from Johan Lane.
Now these are the opportunities that Teddy Bishop needs to seize. They have to now figure out, Mali, how do we keep the pressure on Barbados? It's 907 for 5. If we can get just 2 more wickets, you know, we can get in to the rest of the batting here of the Barbados team.
Definitely, that's the way they've got to be thinking anyway. You see a bowling change. Kadeem Allen replaces Johan Lane.
Need 3 slips. The only thing is that he's starting around the wicket rather than over. Got to get in that 3rd slip. The way he was getting the ball to jog about when he bowled that hard length, I wouldn't mind bringing in the deep backward square, maybe even under the helmet.
Starts with a no ball, Kadeem Allen. And to be fair, as he said, deep backward square. See them bowl a few short deliveries, especially to Kevin Wickham, caught him by surprise. You've got Fine Leg as well, who's quite wide there. For me, with Kadim Allen around the wicket here, I take a bit of a gamble, at least for a few deliveries, and bring that Fine Leg into that leg slip position, especially with the left-handed reefer on the strike. Left-handers actually at times tend to just overbalance, especially with the bowler coming around the wicket.
But Caddy Malane is going to have to hit the deck here.
He is.
Yeah, those were friendly half volleys. Lucky to get away with that half volley there to reefer.
Yeah, 2 sighters that there for Raymond Reefer.
Doesn't drive the ball through cover. He hits the ball down the ground. And he's very good once you bowl him straight. He can nudge the ball around. Sort of reminds you of a Australian Mike Hussey, very busy.
Bernie was speaking about 5-wicket hauls as well. As we said, 35-wicket hauls,
including
this season.
Cornwall has got a couple as well too,
yeah.
right? Well, we saw one here from Gillan Tyson, did we?
We did.
Right.
In fact, 22 bowlers have taken 5-wicket hauls. 10 of them have been fast bowlers.
Interesting. Vasami Pomal, he took a 5-wicket in the as well too. Goodrich. Saw some names been banding around.
This one's been hammered. As you said, that short delivery. Good piece of work, actually, is undone because it ends up in that mid-wicket boundary. Short delivery from Kadim Ali. No real pace on that one. Not sure who the fielder is there at that mid-wicket position. Can't make out.
I think it's Worrell. Rashan Worrell.
Rashan Worrell?
Yes.
Kadim Allen getting a good idea there of what the middle of the pitch is like, and also what the sound of Raymond Reefer's bat's like. That was hammered. Just there, goes a bit shorter again. This is what Raymond Reefer does. Someone who's gonna run hard between the wickets. Tends to do the basics very well. You see him push quite hard for the first one.
Ken, the plans, what are the plans here? You got to stick to the plans. What are you trying to achieve? You'd have been out there for a long time, and you know that banging it in short really is not going to really worry anybody. Coming around the wicket, you got to hit the deck. Doesn't seem comfortable, Mali. Even when he was going through the end, his run, he almost looked like he was going to miss it.
Let me see that one again, Jace, if we can. Just want to see if there was a bit of movement away from Raymond Reefer on that one. It was very full indeed, so he gave it every opportunity in which to swing. Let's have a look. It did just swing away at the last moment.
Don't think Reefer was over it enough. He kept it out.
Just there. Just there. That would have been snapped up by the leg slip. So, as we said, that fine leg fielder almost wasted in the end. Far too wide. This one goes fine for a boundary. The first boundary to Raymond Reefer. And these are the tiny little margins in which you've got to find. This is something that I think young Bishop will learn as he grows in his leadership.
17 boundaries already, Mali. Very high proportion of boundaries. The score is 120 for 5, 27 overs.
Yeah, Barbados will be happy with the rate in which they've scored these runs. They won't be happy with the amount of wickets they've lost so far, though already halfway through their batting lineup.
Got to take away the boundary balls. You got to look to build pressure. Take away the boundary balls. Yeah.
Well, just to go back to that point in terms of the fast bowlers as well, picking up 5 wickets, 5-wicket hauls this season. think there are 9 fast bowlers and Kevlon Anderson. So I'll just correct myself.
I think you'll have to consider him to be a fast bowler.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Yeah.
Because I watched that 5 for the other day as well. I reviewed it just to have a look. And I'm not sure I'd call that fast bowling or even medium fast bowling, to be fair.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm almost concerned about that too, Mally, because when I look on the paper here, and something that Joel Manning raised with me, and we see everybody just writing down fast bowler. Joshua James, fast bowler. Naeem Young, it's just like a norm. You know, we have fast bowler, and everybody just writes down fast bowler.
I think what we need at the next stage of development at this level in terms of the streaming experience, the viewing experience, is to have the speed gun available as well.
Certainly, something we're going to be able to impress upon.
And also, we've got to try and mimic the international game as much as possible. I think some sort of video review system.
I think that would help, really.
Yeah, these games are very important.
Especially as because you see, it could be misleading going to the next level. Because if we don't start here now, what happens when you get up to the next level? You feel, well, you know, I'm accustomed to getting wickets in the Caribbean. Now I come to the test level, I can't even touch a pad, really.
Yeah, especially with guys looking to achieve higher honours as well.
Another maiden here from Joshua Bishop.
Got to create the environment, actually, for it to be as close to the international game as possible.
And it's called a pathway. How do you prepare? Because you can't wait until this is the next step to test level. So it's not like it's the under 19 level that you're waiting for. This is the first class level. Anybody who performs here gets into the West Indies test team. And so when you go there into the next level and you really now find how hard the grind is, then it becomes a problem for you, just as he was saying, Mally, and then you'd have a dropout, and then somebody says, well, where's Mally Richards? Well, you know, he just didn't live up to expectation at the international level.
Yeah, especially with competition for places as well. You have to be fair to these players. Make it as even a playing field as possible. And I think some sort of video review system would definitely help.
McKinney Clark starts now, so straight away Kadeem Ali was pulled out of the attack. McKinney Clark comes with he starts around the wicket. And this is just something that I just think, you know, the backroom staff and the preparations, it's got to be patient.
Unless Kadeem Allen is injured, I'm not sure I would have pulled him out just yet. As we said there, we saw that one going quite aerial through that leg slip area, leg slip region. Especially from around the wicket to the left-hander.
Too easy. Got to cut off those. Can't give away runs. Keep building the pressure.
Especially Raymond Reef was still relatively early in his innings.
Yeah, you got to keep him. You got to keep him on strike. Keep him guessing. So the last wicket fell at 103 for 5. So it's going to be very, very, very important that the academy stays competitive.
It's a good delivery that from McKenny Clark. Good take as well from Bowen Tuckett. That one was heavy delivery. Rhythm just seemed a lot better on that one. As we said, very much a rhythm bowler. You can tell he's been tinkering with that run up for the last year or so. He's shortened it, he's lengthened it. Seems like he's just gone back to slightly longer one here. I think when we saw him here in December, he was bowling off a slightly shorter run.
Sort of had a long jump run up more or less too. Up and
skip.
Yeah, so somebody seemed to have sorted him out.
A little boomerang like, but not quite the same thing. Sometimes you still marvel at how someone like a Jasprit Boomer can generate the pace that he does with basically no run-up.
I think everything comes from his shoulders when it comes to him, Mali.
And that elbow, actually, but in a good way. In a good way.
Every now and again, Mali, when McKenny Clark tries to bowl an effort delivery, loses his line, loses his radar. I think the first time I saw McKenny Clark, Mali, I was along with you. I think was it in the Wonder Series? Super 50?
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
2 seasons ago.
2 seasons ago, he was gunning.
Up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Oh, man, he was steaming it.
Yeah, he was. He was quick, bouncy. Still is, actually, but he just seems to be struggling for rhythm. And he's had a few injury issues as well.
Yeah, that's something. Got to look after your bodies. Got to put some miles on your legs, I feel.
I think it's natural for these young fast bowlers, especially, you know what they say, fast bowling, not the most natural of sporting activities or sporting disciplines. It's a very unnatural thing to run in and bowl fast on the body. There's a lot of G-force going through that front leg as well when you slam it down. Kenny Clark, not the biggest guy just yet. And that's something which we've seen here in the West Indies in the past 30 years or so, which has probably been different from our glory years of 4 big, tall, fast bowlers.
And fast bowling is a grind, which means that you almost, fast bowling is like a marathon, preparing for a marathon, a full marathon, not a half, 26 miles and counting. So you have to put some miles on your legs. You got to keep running. You got to go and speak to Courtney Walsh, speak to Curtly Ambrose, speak to Dr. Sandy Roberts. You know, the work that is required for fast bowling, because when it comes, Mali, you're the captain and it's 4:30 in the afternoon and you already bowled maybe 2 spells before and you said, hey, we're going to throw this ball to you on lane. You have to be ready.
100%. Give you a scenario when I was younger and playing a bit of county cricket, more of the all-rounder role.
Ball, JB. Wait, JB.
It was clearly defined to me that I'd be asked to bowl 20 overs a day minimum, 15 to 20 actually. He gets outside that off stump there, Raymond Reefer. 15 to 20 overs, and that's just being the all-rounder, supporting the main fast guys. So imagine the workload being expected out of the top quicks.
JJ.
And that's per day. This is hard work indeed. This one beats the outside edge this time.
I want to ask you something, because I know you're an excellent captain. Would you have Jordan Johnson down on long on?
Not sure I would, especially to Raymond Reefer in this situation on 10 from 25 deliveries. Just there, it allows him an easy single. Someone like Raymond Reefer is a very clever cricketer indeed. He'll take this time at the non-strikers end to work out conditions, have a look at the way in which Demetrius Richards go about tackling Joshua Bishop.
And I think the academy has to understand that they're on top of the game. The partnership is 17 from 43.
Especially Raymond Reefer isn't the most attacking player at the best of times.
Just kind of amazed sometimes the tactics that I see coming out. You know, I know, Mali, and I know you were talking about thinking about how you're going to save the boundaries, but in saving the boundaries, once you allow this sort of field placing, you're playing right into the arms of a Raymond Reefer.
And as we said, it's all about recognizing the situation. It was all about saving the boundaries to that partnership, especially when that partnership was going great guns between Wickham and Jonathan Drakes. Those two were finding the boundaries really easily. You could tell they were just threatening to take the game away from the West Indies Academy. It's probably a bit lucky to pick up that wicket of Kevin Wickham against the run of play. strangled down the leg side. As a batter, you absolutely despise those types of dismissals. That's the delivery you're talking about, Vernon. Outside that off stump, you could tell the rhythm was spot on based on the pace and carry through to the wicketkeeper. And that's what this young guy possesses. Every now and again, you do see it. At this point in time, it just hasn't been consistent enough for me.
It's almost like muscle memory. He has to remember how he bowled that delivery and just continue. You know, and all this is preparedness. This is what's supposed to happen in practice. He's out of touch, Raymond Reefer, but he's going to fight.
That's one thing.
He's going to fight.
That's definitely for sure. Raymond Reefer, he's a fighter. A type of batter that throws his wicket away too often.
But just like you on Lane to more or less just come back, give himself some room, because the outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground is pretty fast. Richard seems to have good hands, especially when he's driving the ball. Going further and further away. So just falling away there, McKenny Clark. They got to build pressure. Yeah, look to be able to contain, take away the boundary balls. And the fielders who are close have to be sharp. Interesting period of play here in this game. A lot of communication taking place from Raymond Reefer on the non-striker's end, just saying to him, buddy, stay focused.
That's what you'd expect from a player with his experience.
Senior pro, as you would call it.
A senior partner in this partnership. It's well played from Richards. Just advancing, looking to knock McKenny Clark off his length there. So quite enterprising batting from the young man.
And in this Barbados batting lineup, outside of Craig Brathwaite, Raymond Reefer will be the most experienced batsman in this lineup.
Yeah, especially with the loss of, well, the unavailability of a Ruston Chase, as he said. Brought up his 10th first-class 100 versus the Leeward Islands in round 6.
Got 7 wickets as well, too, eh?
10 overall in the match.
Made a serious statement in that game. Helped Barbados to defeat the Leeward Islands in that all-important game as well, too. 124 for 5. Some 31 overs bowled.
Ruston Chase, just the one game this season. Had match figures of 10 for 114.
Combined.
And that's just with the ball.
And that's just with the ball.
127 of 87 deliveries, 10 fours, 7 sixes, with a strike rate of 146.
Sweet, JJ, love that, JJ.
Sabina Park in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force there, 108 for 4. 108 for 4. Otley 45, Cooper 12. Something just keeps going. Whoever is scoring.
Oh, just forcing Reefer into defense a bit wide of the off stump. That's something as a left-hand, well, or a right-hander as a batter. You don't necessarily want to do too often against the spinners.
Hey, oh, sweet bongers.
I think every now and again he falls over Reefer. Rather than look to play the ball behind, you got to look to play the ball up in front of him, really.
Really launched himself into that one, Raymond Reefer. Didn't make any contact.
By his signal.
In the end.
Tuckett had to be scampering. I think he was...
Did Carlin Bowen Tuckett as well?
It did. Because he sort of zipped under. He's going for a big, expansive cover drive there.
You can tell he's really conscious in terms of not necessarily using his feet to advance to Joshua Bishop.
Leeward Islands 158 for 4. On drive. Just giving away a single there, Mally.
Yeah, too easy, especially against the best bowler, the #1 bowler in the competition so far. He should be backing himself, backing his skills in this situation. 129 for 5. No real pressure being exerted onto the bowlers.
Squeezed away.
Good hands. Good hands. You expect that from a wicketkeeper as well. Just use the pace. Open the bat face as well, as you see here, Vern. Just use the hands to find the gap behind square. Runs down into that third man position. So the end of that over. We'll have a commentary change as well.
Thank you very much, my buddy. Combined campuses and colleges against the Ghana Happy Eagles, the defending champions. They're 142 for 7. So that's in itself is going to be an interesting games. Demara Richards, as to Mali was talking about, he's top scored with 43 in that game. Amara Graves 36. And the wicket taker so far for Sammy Pomal, 2 for 29. Niles Smith 3 for 31, and Isaiah Thorne 1 for 13. And Moti 1 for 36. We're talking about 8 teams, 7 rounds, 3 finals, 1 champion. Good afternoon, Joel Manning.
And that is the end of Raymond Reefer chasing a wide one. And that's a 6 wicket down for Barbados Pride.
Very poor shot. Loose shot. On the break, on the money. Joel Manning has brought some luck for the West Indies Academy. It's the wicket of Raymond Reefer for 13 of 33 deliveries.
It's loose from Raymond Reefer. It was wide, it was full. Just had to go at it. An easy catch being taken in the end. So water break. The Academy certainly are smiling at it. 134 for 6. The new batter. Striding out to the middle for Barbados Pride. It is Akeem Jordan. A very interesting scenario here for the Barbados Pride, especially given the importance of this final round. Has the ability to stand up and bat, yes. However, though, we're looking at a lot of the conversations surrounding batting points in this round at number 7, which they start from 250. Barbados Pride find themselves some ways, some distance off from that first set of batting points.
High score 54, Joel. 450 runs. So I like how you described him. And he can bat, Akeem Jordan.
Yeah, he definitely does have the talent to stick around and bat, and not just that, but score some runs as well. However, when you balance the scales and you say, okay, how many times out of 10 does that happen? You might probably tell yourself, you would say, okay, 4 or 5 times out of 10, he definitely stands up there and bats.
So if we look at his stats this season so far, 13 and 9 not out against Jamaica, 0 and 15 against the Windward Islands, and 14 against the combined campuses and colleges. Nothing much to shout about there. In terms of bowling, not for 30, not for 38 against Jamaica. We'll come back to that. Ooh, that sort of hit Colin Bowen Tuckett. Maybe on the left index. He's ringing around in pain.
One of those ones that might just begin to swell on the inside when he has his hand in the glove, Colin Bowen Tuckett. They probably just got him on the edge of the finger, and those are the ones he certainly don't want as the keeper. What was also interesting to know how much that ball died before it got to him. You were mentioning Akeem Jordan and what he's been doing this tournament. You would say that it is definitely not what he had last season. Last season he was the talk of the town, so to speak. This season, not backing up those performances.
Nicked off. Nicked off. Jordan goes. Made his debut. First class debut for Barbados in 2022 against Ghana. Today he goes for naught. He is disappointed. It was a poor shot. Nothing exciting about it, and Teddy Bishop takes his second catch.
Yeah, another batter playing a loose drive outside of the off stump. The length was fantastic from McKenny Clark. It invited that drive. Takes the edge. And now further trouble for Barbados Pride. 134 for 7.
So, Warrican. We know him. He's not going to give his hand away. He sort of reminds you of a Vasami Pamal, Jomel Warrican. Let me see which Jomel Warrican will turn up today. Because that's how you determine what is going to happen. Left arm spinner, 31 years old, from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In fact, born in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Played some 15 test matches. We'll need some real stats today for him. You don't want him for his bowling, you want him for his batting today.
That's middle.
He's taking a middle. He's taking a middle stump guard, Warrican. In terms of batting, he's got over 1,000 runs in first class cricket. And he's got 1/2 century, a high score of 71 not out. Barbados will need that 71 today, Joel.
Definitely will need that 71 and more. And looking back at it, it was a very positive decision. I thought it was the correct decision as well to bat first here at Coolidge. But once again, it goes back to batters actually standing up there and doing the job. And when Barbados Pride reflect on the innings, they will have a few disappointments in it, a few batters that they would have expected to do a lot better, especially like I mentioned, given that this is probably the game that it will matter above all for them.
250,000 at stake here. McKenny Clark 3 for 22. He's into his 7th over. 2 wickets already in this over. A double wicket maiden over for McKenny Clark. Barbados are tottering here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 134 for 7. 33 overs have been bowled.
You know, the performance that the skipper would have hoped for from his side. And once again, it just goes back to what I consider to be a lack of application at the crease on the part of a few batters, a lack of patience as well. And so you have a roadmap in terms of what has happened here at Coolidge over the last 4 rounds of cricket. Yes, you do know that early on in day 1 things are a little challenging. However, as long as you stand up there and bat, all of a sudden you see totals of 300 plus being put on the board.
Let me ask you something, Joel. Would you have a long for Richards?
Not sure that I would. In terms of Richard, I'm more so looking at especially behind square on the leg side and the offside, given the type of batter that he is. Played quite nicely in front of square though on this occasion. Collects 4 runs for that one, Richards. Yeah, just tossed up outside that off stump. Quite a short guy. Gotten a very nice stride to get to that one. Demetrius Richards.
You consider him to be short, Joel?
He's quite short.
In comparison to Colin Tuckett.
The thing about Richards is that he's one of those very busy batters. You saw when he was batting versus the seamers occasionally. You saw him take a stride or two out of the crease and look to work it around. Not seen it just yet. But he's also one of those batters that gives you that sweep, that reverse sweep as well. You saw one go behind square on the offside. I saw Mali make a comment on in terms of the wrist usage as well. And that's what you get from Demetrius Richards. Always looking to make something happen. Always looking to say, just find those gaps.
Can get you a quick 20, 30, 40. All of a sudden it can change the entire game.
Slow off the mark there was Jamel Warrican.
Yeah, they gotta be on the money. Over completed. And the academy has to feel that they're on top. They have to be thinking that, listen, we're gonna try and bowl Barbados out before tea here. McKenny Clark will be thinking about 5 wickets as well. Bishop not for 21 from his 8.
Richards coming on here.
We're talking about first class wickets for Warrican, over 338 first class wickets. 21 times that he's picked up a 5-wicket haul. Even though he's played some 15 test matches, is 46 wickets, a best of 4 for 50. One could remember a very long time ago, the Warrican Cornwall combination in Bangladesh. But today Barbados pride would need him with the bat. This season, 6 not out, 6 against Trinidad, 13 and 40, 16 against Jamaica, 21 and 0 against the Windward Islands. also in the season in terms of bowling. He's so far picked up 3 5-wicket hauls in the series. Best of 6 for 31 against Trinidad and Tobago, 5 for 62 against Jamaica, and 5 for 59 versus the Windward Islands. So he continues to make the contribution.
Had to wait some time to get into this Barbados Pride side. Demetrius Richards. Of course, the season started with Shane Durridge holding the gloves. But he definitely does have the ability. I've seen more of him in the shorter formats of the game. I think back to what I think was his start of the year when he got 100 in what would have been considered the trials setup or scenario for Barbados Pride.
So I guess a Rivaldo Clark goes down the pecking order, Joel, if Richards gets his nod here.
I guess that might come into the conversation, certainly, because obviously given that we're seeing Richards on show here, it means that he's has the favour of the selectors over Clark at the moment. But that 100 that he got, it was 108 off of 223 deliveries, lasted about 340 odd minutes or so, that innings that he would have played. This is what was the Legends Cup back home in Barbados.
Well, Philip Spooner did mention about Richards even before I saw him. And, you know, that was a way while back when we were talking about keepers and batsmen from Barbados. So even the Rivaldo Clark conversation came up. Maiden over from McKenny Clark. And just to give you an idea of the bowling figures so far. Yon Lane, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 23 runs, 3 wickets. Raymond Simmons, 5 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 1 wicket. McKenny Clark, 8 overs, 1. McKenny Clark, sorry. I think this has gone off again. I'm just getting bumped off all the time. He'll have 8 overs, 3 for 22, McKenny Clark.
How much you bowl, Kenny? Go. You ready?
Simple.
Ned has only bowled 2 overs so far. Joshua Bishop. On 39 for 7.
Oi. Ball Bishy. Ball Bishy, ball Bishy.
Not for 21. Joshua Bishop.
Hey, ball Bishy. Walking man, say walking man. Right, JB.
Oracle not.
Hey!
Ooh,
Slowed it up nicely on that occasion
slowed it down completely.
from Bishop. A bit of bite and a bit of turn.
Did get at some revolutions on it.
Yeah, which tells you that Warcam might be a little excited as well seeing that happen.
Oh yes.
Them dead, Teddy!
Inside edge of the bat, saving him on that occasion. And they get 2 for it.
Colin Boyne took it, beckoning to Bishop to just get to it a little quicker. Unfortunately, he was not able, so they got 2 runs in the process.
JB.
Warrican is off the mark. A push on drive down to Ashmin Ned. And Bishop completes his 9th over. Nothing in the wicket column as yet. And the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of cricket, West Indies, at the end of 36 overs bowled. Barbados Pride, who won the toss, they're 142 for 7.
The compensation out there has to be, again, that additional 108 runs to begin with. As I mentioned, that's where the conversation starts for batting points. And for me, I do think that batting points will be part of the main decider when it all boils down. Day number 4 of round number 7. Leeward Islands at the moment 193 before you tell yourself, okay, they're well poised to be the minimum 2 batting points at 250, and that puts them within 1 point of Barbados. 3 points means that they go level with Barbados on the table. You just always figured that 12 points in terms of the win and 3 points for a draw would not be enough for any of these sides here. That top 4, you look at Guyana, currently having combined campus and college at 161 for 9. When they get their chance to bat, what type of a total will they be able to put up? And they stand less than a point behind Barbados, 0.4 separating Guyana and Barbados. The conversation has to be, at bare minimum, getting yourself to that 250. Means that somebody out there is going to have to concentrate. There's Demetrius Richards out there, who will be the recognized batter. You have Jamel Warrican, who carries experience, who funny enough has found himself in many situations like these. But it's a day where somebody's going to have to focus for their side. West Indies Academy, though, as they'll be hoping that they can run through the remainder of things here, make a good showing for themselves here in round number 7, end on a high.
54.2 points in the series so far, 2 wins and 4 losses. West Indies Academy.
Yeah, certainly haven't embarrassed themselves at all in this tournament. Funny enough, they've found themselves in positions that they could have also won maybe 1 or 2 more games from, and then just faltered away the West Indies Academy.
It's about the tactical awareness as well too. Remember, they would have started their victory against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in St. Kitts.
A little confusion there. Richard thinking it was 1. I mentioned how busy a cricketer he is. He's always looking to steal 1s, always looking to steal 2s. Yeah, if you just see it when he's running, he always runs that first run hard, does Richards. One of those pocket rocket type characters, you would say.
ICC Trophy tour continues in Antigua and Barbuda tomorrow at the Cedar Valley Golf Course, and then at the Antigua Recreation Ground later in the afternoon. Driven on drive down the ground for 4. Bottom man coming into play, but a boundary once again to Jamal Warrican. Gotta hit the deck.
Yeah, it was full. And when you think about the fact that there's not much movement with this ball anymore. Just had a hit through the line of that one. Jamel Warrican collects himself a boundary. And this is what I've been talking about in terms of the ability later on in the innings to just hit the ball through, or rather hit through the line of the ball when the surface is dried out a bit more, how easy it becomes for batting, and how just one or two batters just need to be a bit more patient, need to be a little more selective in some of the shots that they were playing a little earlier this morning, because they would have had a chance to capitalize on moments like these here in the second half of the day. You tell yourself it probably will get even better for batting into tomorrow. You had to be looking at batting a day and a half at minimum. Barbados Pride looking for that maximum in terms of 5 batting points, which comes after 400 runs. Looking at this situation, 400 is a far way off, and all of a sudden the conversation starts at 250 for them.
JB. Working boys, working boys. Where JB? Yeah.
I did mention when it comes to a battle like Richards, always looking, especially behind square, looking to get cheeky. You saw I'm just trying to maybe work that one behind square.
So no luck yet for Joshua Bishop.
Okay, JB.
Be wondering if Teddy Bishop could be tinkling in his mind about maybe trying Ashwin Ned from the CIE road end. Maiden over completed. 38 bowled, 146 for 7. Talking about the ICC Trophy Tour, which yesterday the students at the Holy Trinity Primary School in Barbuda and the McChesney High School received an opportunity to be part of history. Also the PLH program and all the expansion taking place in Barbuda. It's a wonderful opportunity for those involved. Ninth edition of the Men's T20 World Cup, the biggest T20 event in the world. Being staged in the West Indies. 6 venues in the West Indies, 3 in the United States of America. 55 matches. 20 teams. The final set for Kensington Oval on June 29th. Raymond Simmons is back. So we understand the ploy here, Joel. He's out caught and bowl. He holds his head because he knows the bottom hand came into play rather than driving the ball to cover. And Barbados loses another wicket again. This time it's their 8th wicket. It's Jomel Warrican who goes back. Caught and bowl Raymond Simmons.
Yeah, it was full. But they actually dragged that one, Warrican, because it was wide as well. Had he been looking towards that cover region, had he been looking probably towards that mid-off area, might have gotten away with it. That bottom hand, though, coming into play, looking for that additional power. And all he could do was offer up what in the end was a very easy catch for Ramon Simmons. The 8th wicket down. And staring at further problems here, the Barbados Pride.
So, more troubles continue. Joel? It's not a wicket, Joel, where you could say that is 140 odd.
Yeah, definitely not. This total not representative of what is possible on this wicket. And it takes me back to what happened in round number 6 when the West Indies Academy were playing versus the Windwards. We saw the total put up in the first innings by both sides. He said naturally the sides cannot necessarily blame the wicket or anything that has happened. Simply have to blame the shot selection. What it does though is make the conversation a lot more interesting as we get towards the end of this round.
That's middle.
Because you have a scenario like I mentioned where the Leewards have set themselves up nicely to collect some points. Mikel Louis and Joel Andrews there doing a fantastic job for the Leewards. Windward still to bat, Guyana still to bat. And Guyana would have been hoping that Barbados did not collect batting points. So would the Windwards, so would the Leewards.
Sabina Park in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, 142 for 4.
Shakil Kamabach, the new batter for Barbados Pride. Known more for his medium pace. And you actually hear him saying it there. I'm a bowler, Sims. Talking about that Yorker, maybe expecting that that would have been the delivery, that he would have gotten first up.
So, 2 left-handers at the crease now. Cumberbatch replacing Jomal Warwick on the left-arm spinner, who is a right-handed batsman. Richards looks busy. He's 14 from 41. Just leans into this and just works it into the mid-wicket area. McKinney Clark, not McKinney, sorry, Yuan Lane comes around.
Requires some additional something here. Shakil Kamabach. Oh, he's come to bat without his box. Well, that's an interesting one. Also adds an arm guard, or rather, it looks as if maybe it just might be a bit of a sweatband. Yeah, that box not something you want to forget when you walk out onto a cricket field. Probably said, hey, I feel a little light here. A little short on protection. Batting with the tail at the moment, Richards, but I reckon he's going to have to just continue batting as normal, not necessarily looking to shield Combat or shield McAllister at some stage when he comes to the crease. Helps that around the corner and collects 4 runs. A short and angle down the leg side for Juan Simmons. Yeah, too easy on that occasion for Richards. Just had to help that one around the corner. He's really looking good at the moment. In what is a very trying and testing situation for himself in the Barbados Pride. That shot also brings up the 150 for Barbados. Scampers a quick one, but home very easily is Richards. I mentioned the fact he's always looking for those singles. The end of that over, it's 153. In fact, 154 for 8.
good. Man attack with the pitch tall one. Man attack with the pitch. You see my thing. Then he tap in. Then he tap in. Let JJ go right back. Hold on. Sims!
Can the Bishop still having long on? Can't get that.
Hold on.
It amuses me on the field placing. He's got busy hands, Richards. He likes to play the ball square. Be advised to look to hit the ball up the V.
Yeah, those are the kind of innovative, cute shots that I was mentioning that you get from Richards.
Okay, next up.
Ned looks like a tired young man today. Doesn't have the same bubbly energy.
Thanks.
It's been a maybe long season for him. He's bowled a lot of overs. Now Cumberbatch has come in and Bishop still has long on. Still has a mid-wicket. Can't get it worked out.
Yeah, you think he might be that being the release shot, especially for the left-handed batters. And as such. You thought you heard an edge, and an edge is now confirmed. So Shakil Cumberbatch, he's the 9th wicket to fall. And Bishop gets his first.
Yeah, another expansive shot by Cumberbatch. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Again looking to go square. And Barbados loses their 9th wicket and in trouble of being bowled out before tea. Bishop gets his first wicket.
$153 for 9 Barbados Pride. I know it on the screen we have 155. A slight adjustment needed to be made in that total. And it brings Jar McAllister to the crease. The final batter for Barbados Pride. You hear the conversation start already. He's not going to block at all, and I was about to say that too. Yeah, I don't really think McAllister might play forward for too many deliveries here.
What do you have you saying that about my partner?
When you look at a rock, you say it's a rock. And when you look at a mango, you say it's a mango. And when you look at McAllister, you know you get a swing.
All right, Joel. You called it.
That's not to say he might play forward at one, but he will not play forward at too many.
Well, I can tell you, if he does get bat on the ball, it's going to go.
It could also go very high. And not very far.
A lot of chatter taking place. He's got 3 deliveries to prove me wrong.
Yeah, through the stump might. I could hear McAllister talking to those around him. Said, I hope you guys talk when you bat. In other words, I will have the ball soon in my hand.
Hey! Hell is that?
Plays and misses the first one, McAllister.
Just above his eye line. Just above the eye line. That's where you want it.
Trapped on the pad. And that's the end of the Barbados Pride innings. Bishop ends with 2.
Do I owe you a sugar cake?
Nah, I'll allow you on this one. But yeah, that one looked as good as dead on that occasion. An easy decision to be made by umpire Duguid. And what started with a very confident and promising decision to bat first for Barbados Pride has now withered away and results in 153 all out.
Yeah, so it's almost like a pattern, Joel. You remember we were here last week. The Windward Islands got bowled out, right? In 39.5 overs as well. So I think we have a game on here.
It definitely has opened up the game in terms of the West Indies Academy putting up what is a fantastic batting performance should they do that, and putting Barbados Pride under pressure in a game that they must win to even have a shout or a possible chance at lifting that title.
It's amazing that you said that, because Jason, at the top of the morning, I'm sure you remember, Joel, he did say that we can have an upset and the West Indies Academy could upset Barbados here. And we kind of looked at him as if like, what is he talking about?
He did say that.
He did. He did. He's come up with even further stats. But we'll keep that one.
We'll use your phrase, Vernon. Interesting times.
So, I think it would be T, right? Would it? No, it doesn't look that way. First, we look at it. The players went across, but maybe the T has not arrived as yet. So, we maybe have a small break here. So, Barbados Pride, they're bowled out, according to our official score of 153 in 39.5 overs. We'll take a break, and when we come back, it will be the start of the West Indies Academy's innings. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We have 50 overs remaining in the day's play. And Barbados bowled out for 153 in 39.5 overs. We say thanks to Joel Mallon, Mally Richards, to Jason and the entire crew right here. Going to be in for a very interesting period of play before close of play this evening.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting period of play on day one. All round. West Indies Academy would have started on the front foot, taking those 3 early wickets. That partnership of Wickham and Drakes just threatened to take the game away. Since that wicket of Wickham, it's been all West Indies Academy. As he said, bowling the Pride out for 155. 3 wickets to Lane, 3 to McKenny Clark as well. Ramon Simmons picking up 2, and Joshua Bishop finishing off the innings with 2 wickets as well. So advantage to the West Indies Academy.
It's a day that I think that Barbados would like to forget, and they would want to end strong with their fast bowling lineup, which should include Shakil Cumberbatch. It would also include Akeem Jordan. So we're going to see who they're going to start with, Mali.
But they'll be very disappointed at the fact that they would have won the toss and batted in
good conditions.
Yeah, very good batting conditions.
It sort of kind of remind me of what happened last week, Mali, where the Windward Islands would have got bowled out also in 39.4 overs.
Yeah, I was actually listening to your conversation with Joel Manning as well, in terms of just how this innings would have replicated what we would have seen last week. Batting conditions, I think, very good here. 2 of the best pitches that we would have seen for batting at the CCG in the last 2 weeks. But apart from the Windward Islands in their second innings last week, so far, the batters have underperformed. But kudos to the West Indies Academy for coming back the way they have.
And I think the thing about it is also it's the mindset of how you switch on and how you adapt to the current circumstances. Akeem Jordan starting around the wicket, first up. Barbados starting with 3 slips of Cully, backward point cover. And the first delivery is a good leave.
We apologize if you've been having issues just following the scorecards on the West Indies cricket site, Windies cricket site. Just having a few issues, a few technical issues.
Hopefully we'll have those rectified in the not too distant future. Jordan has really not had a great season. Part of that would also contribute to injury as well. Was one of the 7 uncapped players that toured Australia. Jordan and McCaskey didn't get an opportunity to make their debuts on that tour, but it was Shamar Joseph, the deliverer, down the onside, and that's gone for 4 byes. That's how harsh this game is, Mali.
Yeah, when we've seen Akeem Jordan at his best, he's been very accurate. He's used that new ball very well over the past couple of seasons or so, but as you said, this season maybe just suffering a bit of a lull in performance. You mentioned him touring with touring Australia with the West Indies team. He would have toured to South Africa as well. So would have gained some international experience, Akeem Jordan. When he's bowling well, Springs, he looks to bowl a fuller length, gets that ball to dart around. And with conditions the way they are now, it's just become a bit more overcast. So playing into the hands of the Barbados seamers, a bit similar to what happened earlier when the West Indies Academy took the new ball this morning. You remember that rain delay and overcast conditions, and they use those conditions so well. It's incumbent upon Barbados to do the same here.
It's also very, when you look at the batting, you know, Kevin Wickham, very, very soft dismissal the way he got out. And this team is really missing a Ruston Chase based on the last round's performance as well. Craig Brathwaite didn't get off today. Appeal for leg before, he's out leg before. He was neither forward nor back. Missed a straight one, and Akeem Jordan strikes. Rashan Warwill goes leg before without scoring.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. Full in length from Akeem Jordan. Choosing to go around the wicket early to the left-handed Rashan Warrell. Stuck on the crease. You can see there, quite upright in his position. In between wicket and wicket. Fairly easy decision for the umpire to make. And Rashan Warrell has to go. He departs for a duck. So the West Indies Academy lose their first wicket in the first over. Akeem Jordan maybe answering a few of his critics here. Picking up the first wicket. Academy are 4 for 1.
Maybe need to do some research, Mali, and look around the West Indies Academy's opening order as to how many changes that they would have made this season. Because that's a new opening partner, Rashan Warwill, coming in. Now you have Ogis, who opened in the last innings, now coming at 3.
And I think it's fair to be said, Akeem Ogis in the last 2 seasons would have batted in every top 6 position, maybe even number 7 at one point for this West Indies Academy in both the longer format and the white ball games. So it just illustrates maybe a bit of confusion for the West Indies Academy, just to find the right batting position, not only for him but a few other players. Maybe just struggling to fill the gaps of the losses of Kevlon Anderson, Kevin Wickham here as well. Kurt McKenzie.
Even Kurt McKenzie.
Actually, because since then they've seemed to really struggle in terms of the opening pair.
Yeah, their 3 main batsmen really would have cemented their place. So we have a new start here, Mali.
And as Joel was saying earlier, very keen to see how Jair McAllister goes about it here. He's known as a hit the deck type bowler. But with this new ball, we've already seen him here once this season at the CCG. Didn't have his best game. Didn't make best use of the new ball.
But I think in that game he bowled second change, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he did. No ball, second delivery.
He would have bowled with the new ball at some point. I just thought
the second. I think he bowled second change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because remember we were inquiring and maybe felt that he maybe could have started. This time now they have started with him.
In fact, I'm not so sure. I think that was the game in which Jason Holder would have played, and McAllister took the new ball instead of Jason Holder in the first innings. I think he would have taken it in the second innings. Holder would have taken the new ball. Stand to be corrected though.
5 for 1. No short leg for Kadeem Aline. Ball keeping down. It's been a torrid time here. Excellency Basil Morgan sends his greetings for you, Mali.
Good afternoon, Mr. Morgan, everyone down there in Montserrat. Hope everyone's still not too hungover from all the St. Patrick's activities a couple weeks ago. Heard it was a blast.
Looks as if Louis might have got 100, Mali. I can't keep up. That scoreboard keeps dropping on me.
Well, from a Leeward Islands perspective, you'd hope so. And that 100 for me, if he has brought up 100, is just throwing the cat amongst the pigeons. Bit of extra pace and bounce, a bit wide from McAllister. And if you look at it, top run scorer, 300s.
Joel has just
Yeah.
given us the thumbs up.
So he's brought up his third 100 in the 2024 4-day championship. Mikhail Louis.
His dad and his mother must be celebrating in Taylor's Range in Bastair, St. Kitts.
Well over 600 runs and counting.
Yeah, he's not done yet. He got out?
In fact, he's out. He's out. So we put the mockers on him all the way here from Antigua.
Got out for even 100? All right, so Joel has just confirmed that he's got out for even 100. I think Joel Andrew is on a half century.
Yeah, he is. That partnership. We've gone a long way in terms of the Leewards posting a decent first innings total. If you remember, they were at one point 30 for 3. Or 24 for 3, that is.
No Raheem Cornwall in this game.
Yeah, seems to have a lower leg issue.
Yeah, it's been a long season for him. I think sooner rather than later he's gonna. This 4-day cricket is also taking a toll on him himself. 2 overs bowl, 5 for 1. Barbados striking in the first over. Oh, Jason is watching Champions League. He's backing somebody.
It's all happening in the world of sport today, isn't it?
Real scored.
So Real Madrid take the lead in that second leg. Is that at the Bernabeu? At the Etihad Stadium, Man City and Real Madrid, Champions League quarterfinal second leg. Saw PSG come back from a goal down yesterday to defeat Barcelona to go through to the semi-finals. Also Borussia Dortmund going to the Wando Metropolitano and beating Atletico Madrid.
Going back to cricket, Mali. Derek Underwood, England lost to one of their greats.
That's actually someone I would have watched quite a fair bit of, especially on VHS in the old days. The kids don't even know what a VHS is.
Here is a first boundary by O'Geese offline. Glanced away. Leg glance. A long time we haven't seen a leg glance, Mali.
Well, it's the second time actually we've seen a delivery such as that from Akeem Jordan. Poorly lined to the left-handed batter. First one was so wide that the wicketkeeper had no chance to save that one. This one, batter gets something on it. So, bit of a spotty start this for Akeem Jordan.
9 for 1. You saw the USA's NBA Olympic team.
I did. I saw who got the last spot. Did you see that? The final spot in the team was actually given to Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, I think it deserves that.
Uh,
There's still some debate anyhow.
There's a lot of debate, but you
Yeah.
can tell America is really gunning for gold.
Yeah, they want that. Steph Curry making his Olympic debut.
Gold or nothing.
Gold or nothing. Kevin Durant will be searching for some history, looking for his 4th gold medal.
Let's have a look at this one though. Full length from Akeem Jordan. Just a hint of shape away from the left-handed O'Geese. And once again, O'Geese just going searching for something that's not quite there, especially early in his innings.
Yeah, he could leave. Yeah, he can afford to leave.
He's got to give himself a chance.
He's out there for about 40 overs fielding, so he would have to understand. Jordan arms pumping from the CIA road end, going further and further away.
You were saying Jordan, he would have played 2 ODIs. He had to make his test debut. He would have played 2 one-day internationals, as we were saying, a player with some international experience. Actually burst onto the scene for the combined colleges and campuses. So one of the success stories out of that program.
Yeah. He's lost his radar there. So the end of 3, 9 for 1. It's just amazing, Mali. Shem Holder, who was a couple of seasons ago right up there with the wickets, just can't find himself to get into a Barbados lineup.
And if you think he's just played 3 matches this season, he's taken 13 wickets at 19.76. Economy rate just below 3, 2.96, with the best bowling innings figures of 5 for 69. I think Barbados just a little worried about their batting here, though, especially with the loss of Ruston Chase, and it's proven to be the case.
Well, even before Ruston Chase, Mali, because Ruston Chase would have only played 1 game. But even before that, the informed Wickham, you talked also about McCaskey, you talk about the lovely shot. The captain himself, Craig Brathwaite. He's got well over 400 runs. When you know at this level, Craig Brathwaite is going to score runs.
Well, coming into this match, as we said, Wickham, Drakes, and McCaskey all have over 300 runs. In fact, 3 of the top 10 batters would make up the Barbados lineup in terms of run scoring. With McCaskey at number 11, so 4 in the top 15 or so.
Yeah.
If you think Zachary McCaskey would have started a little slowly this season.
Got his maiden first class 100 as well.
In the previous round.
Against the Leeward Islands. I think that would have sent an early statement. Then Ruston Chase came and painted the picture. Would you not have called that wide, Mali?
Well, based on what we saw being called wide off Johan Lane, just a bit of consistency.
That was high? Don't think anybody could.
That's all you asked for, is a bit of consistency from the umpires, actually.
That's all I've been trying for. 9 for 1. Aline is on a, don't want to say a long knot. Flashed hard. Down to the third man boundary for 4.
And we know that's what Kadeem Aline's going to do. He thinks the ball's in his hitting area. He's going to go hard. He's going to commit himself to that one.
Right foot doesn't move, but the hands, he's got good bat speed.
In fact, a bit lucky to get away with that one, to be fair.
Yeah.
Bit of a nothing shot, especially in these circumstances.
He went searching to Mali, because it was off balance. The head, everything just tugged him right over into the off stump line. I think one of the movements that he's going to have to work on is that right foot. Getting that right foot back and across, especially to good, genuine fast bowlers, because players are going to test him. High level you go. But you made a very important point. He's got good eyes, and so anything he sees within his hitting range, he'll want to play shots.
You spoke about McCaskey picking up his maiden first class 100. Coming into these round 7 matches, he had 25 first class 100s being scored, Vernon. I think that's a marked improvement on seasons past, if you use last season as a comparison. That's a good delivery from McAllister. Fantastic delivery to finish.
And I think that's a good analysis that you're making there, because in compared to, this is 7 rounds.
7 rounds. Last season was 5 rounds.
5 rounds.
And if we even compare, after 5 rounds this season, there were 1,400 scored.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'm wrong. After 5 rounds last season, there were 1,400 scored. Whereas after 4 rounds this season, 1,400 were scored. So they were ahead of pace. Well ahead.
I'm just a little worried, Mali. When I saw the sort of scores coming out the Queen's Park Oval, I was like, nah, Don't know if that goes well for us here. Very high proportion of runs on that Queen's Park track already.
And with Mikhail Louis actually picking up that 100, we have a wide again called by the umpire.
I think this is the first time that I've been doing a 40 game and so many wides have been
So
called.
many wides, it almost feels like a limited overs game.
I almost thought that in the process. I wonder if the CG Super 50 was on its way here at Coolidge. Cool conditions here.
Bowler friendly, as they would say. At least the overhead conditions. The pitch is still the same.
I think I see the Barbados team and also the Cricket West Indies Academy team. I don't know if there's some rain or something, but there's been some movement we can't see behind us. I wonder if we have to look to the back of us to find out what's coming over the hill there from the VC Bird International southern area. Is all caught behind?
I think
No, I think it hit the ground. Belatedly too. I think Jordan, he didn't go up in excitement really. He kind of just inquired just to find out if he would get that. Now it comes Mali. Just as we were talking about it, Mali, just from that VC Bird southern area on the back of us. Ground officials moving into position, and they also indicating to the umpire. So here we go, Mali. We have a rain break.
out of nowhere, almost out of the blue. It did get slightly more overcast, but from our vantage point here, we can't exactly see where this cloud or this rain is actually coming from. It's to the back of us.
Yeah.
Here at the CCG.
And the last time, Mali, that it came from that position in the southern area, we know what happened. We were out for some time, but Kadim Phillip and his team have done a wonderful job here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in terms of managing and getting everything on par.
Not exactly what Barbados would want. A team that's hunting a title here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They'd want for as much play as possible.
And despite how poorly they would have batted, to have got bowled out, not even facing 50 overs, almost as you would say, would be like a cardinal sin for the Barbados team. So Vasbert Drakes and Ryan Hines would have some strong words. We will take our break, and when we come back, we'll come back when the clouds maybe decide to give us an opportunity here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. In the meantime, rain has stopped play 14-1, the West Indies Academy.
So we are back at the Coolidge Cricket Ground after a slight rain delay. We've lost 8 overs here, so instead of the 47 overs remaining, we should have 37.4 or so overs remaining in the day. And we'll go till 6 o'clock. So I think we'll go for as long as light permits. To be fair, West Indies Academy 14 for 1 from 4.2 overs. The successful bowler Akeem Jordan. And the batter dismissed Rashawn Worrell for a duck. West Indies Academy, as we just remind you, bowled out the Barbados Pride in 39.5 overs for 155. It's going to be Akeem Ogis and Kadim Aline, West Indies Academy batters. It looks like Akeem Jordan to resume.
Yeah, you just wonder if we may even get a resumption, given that the rain actually is back down here at Coolidge. The groundsmen have the handles of the covers in their hands.
One of those days, eh?
Very much so. Stop, start, and whoa, what's happening?
Groundsman in position. As you said, Joe, this drizzle just getting progressively heavier by the second. But it's Jordan.
Yeah, it must be annoying to be a groundsman on a day like this. Just have to expend a lot more energy. That back and forth. Guaranteed to lose a pung or two today.
This one squirts away off the outside edge. So the first runs after the rain delay. We go to Akeem Ogi, 16 for 1. Also very annoying for the players, Joe. I think batters in particular can find going on and off that start-stop type day to be quite frustrating.
Yeah, certainly as a batter, you get your concentration going, you get your feet moving, and all of a sudden
You're
you
up.
have to find yourself back in the pavilion. And yeah, certainly batters come to the fore of the mind when you think about rain breaks. Usually tell yourself that bowlers might prefer it, but in fact I also think they too suffer, given that you're getting your legs going, you're getting into stride, you're getting into what is a good spell, and all of a sudden you kind of got to restart.
Yeah, as you could see in that break, had to go through those warm-ups once again for what, the third time today almost for the players. So yeah, just a few things in terms of for the players to think about as well, just how they deal with the team that deals with the stop starts the best, especially here on day one. Still a lot to play for. Barbados will take some confidence in the fact that they know they can get things right. They can bowl this West Indies Academy team out cheaply as well.
Yeah, you also factor in, the rain, and what it will do to that ball, what the outfield will do to that ball as well. It just impact the ability of the seamers to get that ball to swing nicely through the air. Yeah, impact their ability to keep the ball in a good condition.
They even grip it the way they want, But extra moisture out in the outfield. And just like that, this ball will soak up that water. You may benefit from the fact that it's only just 5 overs old, so it should still have that sheen, almost acting as a waterproof layer. But it won't be for too long, especially the more this ball's pounded into the deck. And we know Jaya McAllister is a hit the deck type bowler. Just like that.
Yeah, looking at McAllister, you usually tell yourself he will be back up a length, especially in the early stages of his spell. And you saw that was something that was effective to Kadeem Ali, and especially in that second innings when they played versus the Windwards. Capitalized, I think, on maybe 2-3 boundaries, and all of a sudden going at one. That was short and wide, looking to pull it and just skate it in the air. So that's certainly one mode of dismissal that they might be looking at to Ali. You could also be looking just on that good length area as well, because he does enjoy going for that drive. Hands usually go away from the body as well. Kadeem Ali, and usually finds himself probably going towards that second slip gully area as well, given how he goes at the ball. You saw one fly over the gully region before we had that rain interval.
He is that type of batter who will contribute a bit more to his downfall, to his own dismissals. A stroke maker, always looking to play shots. Looks to hit good balls as well. You're going to get in trouble in the longer format of the game when you try and do that a bit too often. So
especially when guys are swinging that ball as well. The good thing about it for him from a Jaron McAllister perspective, he's not necessarily the biggest swinger of the ball. McAllister, he gets onto you quickly, probably gets a little more bounce than what you might expect occasionally, especially if it's on a good length. It doesn't look to bang it in, but doesn't really swing it, McAllister. And because of that, probably will find it a little easier somebody like Kadeem Ali to really face up to him, and also to play the types of shots that he likes playing as well. Might struggle a little more to somebody like likes of, let's say, Akeem Jordan, if he gets it right, because of the type of hooping swing that Akeem Jordan is able to get. But when you're just bowling, as they say, through a pipe almost, he probably would enjoy that a lot more. Kadeem Ali hit through the line of the ball a little easier, be a little more aggressive as well.
Yeah, use that extra pace to his advantage. If anything, Jai McAllister would get a bit of seam movement off the pitch with his bowling style.
The end of that McAllister over, it's 17 for 1.
So coming into this match, this will be the fifth match, actually, is the fifth match being played by Jai McAllister. He's just taken the 8 wickets so far, Joe. And considering just how competitive competition for places is, he might count himself just a little lucky, in my opinion, just to hold on to his position for as long as he has. So Akeem Jordan miss out for a couple of games as well.
I think what McAllister has going for him in comparison to Akeem Jordan, probably that pace factor for him. I did mention will struggle a little more, Kadeem Ali, into the likes of an Akeem Jordan, just because of the type of movement. But it's just so interesting that both Jordan and McAllister spearheaded that Barbados Pride attack last season.
Yes.
Really were the talk of the tongue in terms of Jordan bringing that ball, especially back in to the right-handers and blowing through the gate, getting guys caught at mid-wicket. McAllister running through guys in terms of that pace factor, rushing them with his short ball. They were a perfect pairing, two of them, during the course of last season. This season, though, they've not necessarily put up the type of results that Pride would have hoped for.
What, 13 wickets between them at this point for the season? So they would have been hoping for just better returns, as you said, last season. Fantastic bowling partnership. Saw Akeem Jordan get international honours, played 2 one-day internationals, selected on 2 test tours. Jai McAllister as well, went to South Africa as a member of the West Indies A team.
just my personal opinion as it relates to McAllister, but I just don't think that they've truly found the best use of him just yet, especially given that I'm still seeing him on the shorter side of things. And absolutely nothing wrong with his short delivery. It's just a case of utilizing that as his stock ball, so to speak. And I think it's just doing him a disservice somewhat, McAllister. He's a lot more effective when he gets that ball up just a bit more. He gets natural bounce out of most surfaces that he plays on. He already has that pace factor. But if we're asking him to bowl short, have a good length, 3, 4, 5 deliveries in and over, all of a sudden he looks a lot less effective and is also a lot less effective.
Good shot there was Jordan, just keeping Ogies honest. Well, he did very well as well last season, Jaya McAllister. He bowled very well in the second innings of games. He really exploited any inconsistent bounce that was available to him. Tended to bowl straight, got a lot of those dismissals bowled in LBW. That's a hell of a lead from Aki Mugis. But watched in the end, well bowled. Good cricket all around, 18 for 1. But you're right, Joe. He's just seeing him this season. You'd want to see him just improving at a faster rate. And I think his use or the way he's been used has a lot to do with that. As he said, just bowls 2 lengths now. He's either really short or very full.
Yeah, I also think back to that game versus Guyana when they played it right here at Coolidge. I was just slightly disappointed in just how much they were asking him to pull that ball down.
I think it was fair to be said that Barbados misread the conditions slightly in that match. Maybe expecting for a bit more pace and bounce in the pitch. But what was disappointing is that after they didn't recognize it quick enough. For me. Didn't make the adjustments quick enough. Some fairly very experienced players in that lineup as well. Jason Holder making his return to the Barbados team in that game. Former West Indies captain. These things do happen. You can misread conditions. In fact, it happens a lot. It's just how you deal with it.
Yeah, certainly. Even thinking back to that very game in terms of misreading conditions here at Coolidge, I think the fact that Jason Holder probably bowled out 4th change in that first innings as well.
Exactly.
Gets on top of it quite nicely. Does Kadeem Allen. Should pick up 2.
That was very nicely played indeed. A very good shot delivery from Jaya McAllister, almost at that awkward height, but somehow Aline stood tall, got on top of that one, kept it down, played it with quite soft hands as well. Picked up 2 runs.
I enjoyed watching how he played that as well, because naturally you're telling yourself short. His instinct would be to pull a delivery like that.
Maybe learning from that dismissal in the previous match. He was bounced out in that second innings.
Yeah, I just think he needs to show a bit more control, especially given that he's utilized at the top of the order. And I think he knows this. Funny enough, yesterday, while they were, day before, while they were knocking in next, he said, well, Kadeem, give me a bit of insight into your thought process. He said, well, actually, I was just looking to go helter-skelter on that occasion. I said, well, Kadeem, why not think for 2 more seconds? Just give yourself that chance at the top of it. Not to say that, to take my advice. I'm just saying,
Of course.
just a case of, I think he give himself a bit more time. Especially since he has all the shots in the bucket. He has a lot more power than most batters, so it means that he will get away with one or two more because it will just fly over the head of somebody, you know. That kind of stuff could clear the boundaries a little easier, but yeah, has to still give himself that chance, give himself that time, because especially at the top of the order with the ball moving, one will have your name on it when you're looking to just go helter-skelter, you know. But if you can find yourself batting deeper, how many times have you batted, you know, the first 15? How many times have you batted the first 20? You know, how many times have you seen 3, 4, 5 bowling changes in the longer format of the game?
I think the two key words for Kadeem Ali should be control and application.
Yeah,
if he can master those two, I think he'll be well on his way.
Well, a good lead to end that one. It's 20 for 1.
So as you said, Joe, he's got all the shots. Big, strong, powerful guy. Got bags of potential. What a wise man told me is that potential is everything you haven't done yet. You want to see these young guys fulfill their potential, go as far as they possibly can. I think he's a special talent, honestly. Always thought so since the first time I saw him play. He's got a special ability to hit good balls to the boundary.
Beautiful from Akeem Jordan. And this is what we saw a lot of last season, especially to left-handers. You saw that ability to get that ball just to hold its line. You saw occasionally the ability to just get it and move away from the right-handed batters. What I enjoyed just now from Akeem Ogisi is the fact he didn't go pushing out at that one. You know, you will get beaten early on in your innings, and that is fine.
Yeah, it's highly skillful stuff around the wicket. Times just angled into the left-hander, goes away. It's almost like a left-hander's kryptonite in terms of what to play, what to leave. Akeem Ogisi, so far, he's judged it quite well outside that off stump.
Yeah, he certainly has.
And he tends to look good more often than not. Looks good all the time we see him bat. Just hasn't got that big score just yet.
Clipped quite nicely into the leg side.
He's a lovely player to watch, Akeem Ogisi. You can tell he's rated highly within this setup. He's been given every opportunity and a bit more. Can he put in a performance today for his team? It'll be a timely one. Runs have been hard to come by for the young man. As you said earlier, Joe, application, ball by ball. Do these young guys have the capacity to concentrate for long periods? We know that's almost counterculture today, in terms of everything being instant, social media era. Good balance again from Ogisi. This one gets through. Looks like Cheyenne Brathwaite just diving over that one slightly. Ogisi picks up 2 more runs. His balance looks very good at the moment, just not falling over on those 2 deliveries. Not looking to overhit as well, just keeping his shape, good batsmanship. Just a bit leg side-ish this over from Akeem Jordan, and he's been made to pay. He'll go close to the boundary, actually he's pulled in just before. So they come back for 3 runs to end the 5th over from Akeem Jordan. After 9, West Indies Academy at 24 for 1. Those 3 shots in the onside should give Akim Ogis a lot of confidence here. Still quite overcast, or slightly overcast conditions. The ball just moving around slightly. Probably fair to be said that the main threat in these conditions will be Akeem Jordan. The way he's just moving this ball around. It's going to be McAllister to start his 5th. Got himself in a bit of a tangle there, Akeem Ogis. Looked like he was about to duck first up, but didn't get as high as he expected. Ended up just taking him on the body. And that's what Jair McAllister can do, especially with inconsistent bounce available. Shouldn't be too much of that here on day 1 though. Short again from McAllister. Just a bit too short for me. Something Joe Manning was harping on about. It's the use. He's almost used as a shock and awe bowler in this Barbados lineup. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure he's expressed quick enough consistently to be used that way. I find it takes a lot out of him physically. This time he goes a lot fuller, pushes it very wide.
Yeah, also factoring in these surfaces as well. Looking at a surface like what we have here at Coolidge, not the quickest of surfaces. Simply bowling that short, once again, I say, it goes back to, just a bit of a disservice to what he actually possesses in terms of talent and in terms of pace as well. We saw when McKenny Clark dug it into the surface how easy it was to bat.
Exactly, Joe. Not exactly a hit the deck type wicket. Just need to kiss it, and on the odd occasion, you test out the middle of the pitch just to keep the batsman honest.
Yeah, always looking at those areas, especially on a surface like this. We've not really seen many jag around, but at Coolidge, you certainly know you get the ball to seam as well. So you're looking at your areas and using that as your stock delivery, as your go-to delivery. And then from there, you have that shorter one as your surprise factor.
There's a bit of extra bounce here for him as well, but he's just a little too short in which to exploit it.
Yeah, even there, you actually saw a bit of movement as well away from the right-handed batter there in Kadeem Alim, but because of how short it was, it's easy to pull your bat inside the line of that one.
Bit of a late developer, Jair McAllister. Hard worker as well. So it's not for want of trying. It's just a bit too short. Easy left on length by Ali. The end of that McAllister over. West Indies Academy a 30 for 1 off 10.
A good start to reply of what is a very modest total of 155 all out for the Barbados Pride. In fact, I believe the adjustment would make it 153 all out. going to be a change of bowling now for Barbados Pride. Shaquille Cumberbatch, the right arm medium pacer, comes into the attack. Nicknamed Bambi.
First time actually seeing him in the flesh.
Yeah, one thing he is a character. Shaquille Cumberbatch gives it his all. His first outing at the first class level this season. And he's done relatively well. Starts here with a no ball. Certainly picked up wickets. Crucial times for the Barbados Pride. Got a 5-wicket haul in his first game versus Jamaica. And a couple 3-wicket hauls as well.
This is fourth match actually, playing his fourth match this season.
It's 12 wickets so far in the tournament. And he's one of those medium pace bowlers that, when we talk about the likes of, say, a Naeem Young, we talk about the likes of maybe a Shamar Springer, you know, possesses that very similar ability. Somebody like Ali Mohammed from Guyana as well, to be that utility medium pace bowler who doesn't necessarily have the quickest of pace, but is there in terms of the accuracy. And oftentimes can actually get onto you a little quicker than you might suspect as well. And because of that nagging ability to be relatively accurate, let's say 4 out of 6 balls in and over, all of a sudden, you just find a batter or two making an error in judgment.
Good time for him to come into the attack as well. The conditions as they are. Good overhead conditions for him. Bit of cloud cover. Just there, bit of nip. Has it taken the edge? It was a big deviation. But Aki Mogis survives. Just as you were saying, Joel.
Deceptive. Gets onto you just a little quicker, that one. Skidded through quite nicely, and what a delivery that was. The looks of it just took the pad, or rather the upper area of the thigh as it went through to keeper Richards. But that's what he offers Cumberbatch because of that ability to be accurate. 4 out of 6 deliveries produces something magic like that as well. And then he spoils it going down the leg side. But he actually made a comment the other day while they were training in the nets. He was like, guys, every time I'm here in the nets, you give me the older balls that do nothing. All of a sudden, he's here now bowling with the ball. Just 11 overs old, so he certainly will enjoy this one here.
He'll be relishing the fact that he's got this newer ball in his hand.
Yeah, I spent about 5 to 10 minutes just searching down the ball bag for something that had a bit of life in it while they were bowling in the nets.
What he does do, though, is he gets tight, very close to the umpire when delivering. As you can see on the delivery, that beat the outside edge of that Aki Mogis. Was pitched on about leg and middle, pitched in line with the stumps, just went away sharply from the left-hander. Got to be looking to get onto his front foot here. Just, oh.
Well, he's asking questions here. Is Shaquille Cumberbatch. This time, oh, that looked glorious good on that occasion. Shaped back in to the left-handed Agist. And whoa, the question is, what was that missing?
I'm not too sure that one swung back in this time. That delivery that beat the outside edge would have seamed off the turf. This one would have done all the work through the air, full delivery, bit of in swing. And to me, that's nailing middle, Joe. Akeem Ogie's very, very lucky. Could call himself a lucky boy to survive that one.
Yeah, it looks a lot better than some of the decisions that we've seen that have been given LBW.
For real. Did have an element of bounce to it. I'm not sure whether the umpire thought height could be an issue.
Stump's 2 feet tall.
Yes. Kind of looked like he hit him above the knee roll, but from our vantage point here, that looked a very, very good shout. Very good shout indeed. As we were saying, Ogis has to look to get forward. Almost trapped on the crease. Nah. It's nailing middle and leg. But it's not to be. 33 for 1, the West Indies Academy. Hakeem Jordan, he's been switched from the CIU road end to this, the media center. I like this move, giving you a more skillful bowler every opportunity in these conditions. Has it pitched on? Joel is going over that LBW shot in the previous over. Cumberbatch 2. Ogis. It was close, very close indeed. Good batting that from Kadeem Aline. Presenting that full face.
You just wonder if there's added motivation here for Aline, given the fact that he's playing versus Barbados. I mentioned the fact a little earlier, the size of the egos out there on show, especially when Kevin Wickham was batting. I actually think back to McKenny Clark just shouting up and saying if he gets the wicket of Kevin Wickham, he's going to dance out there on the field and show Wickham how it's done. But yeah, certainly a lot of egos out there, a lot of guys wanting to do well versus each other.
They would have played a lot of cricket together over the years. Interesting to see how long before Akeem Jordan goes around the wicket here to Akeem Ogis. Seems to be more comfortable to the left-handers from around the wicket. Tends to be the case with most bowlers these days. The art of bowling over the wicket to the left-hander is almost lost. It's a pet peeve of Vernon Springer's, we know that for sure. That one hitting quite low on the bat of Akeem Ogis. Got to get his footwork spot on here, Joe. Danger period for him. Boy, does he get it spot on. Leans onto that front foot. Sweet extra cover drive. Maybe not the best timing, not directly out the middle of the bat, but good enough. 4 runs to Akeem Ogis.
Yeah, guilty of 2 things on that occasion. over pitching and guilty of being wide as well. Akeem Jordan ends the over with a 4. It's 38 for 1.
As I said earlier, the first time actually laying eyes on young Cumberbatch. The first thing that stands out to me, I would have taken note, obviously, of his record, that 5 for being one of the 10 medium fast bowlers to have taken a 5 for this season. But what stands out to me, though he looks quite a steady bowler, what I think he's going to have issues in is in the fact that he comes in at number 10. And serves up a waist-high full toss, driven quite easily to the extra cover boundary by Akeem Ogis. I was saying, Joe, you don't tend to see too many medium pacers who aren't all-rounders.
Yeah, definitely a major part of the conversation. As well as you mentioned, batting at 10. Shakil Cumberbatch and not necessarily express with ball in hand. So it tells you then that he really has to pick up a real batch of wickets to find himself consistently being in the side. Usually, your all-rounder comes in, let's say, maybe 6, 7. Lowest you would probably say is 8. To be honest, because from there you're into your fast bowlers, into your spinners, into your genuine seamers. Yeah, batting looking very easy though at the moment. For the likes of Aline and Ogis, just obviously 2 previous shots in that over that we had from Cumberbatch, but outside of that, they've looked as if they belong here in terms of this batting. And it just goes back to the fact that you always knew as we got deeper into the day how easy it would be for batting.
Depends on what weather's like tomorrow, maybe even better. If that sun comes out, really bakes this pitch.
opting to go around the wicket now. Also go to the fact that I don't think that Barbados Pride have bowled the best as well
so far
with this ball in hand either. Yes, we've gotten quite a few deliveries from Akeem Jordan, but in his first spell, I don't think he would have told himself that, yeah, he was really on par and on point with what he wanted to really do with that new ball in hand. You saw Jerry McAllister as well, definitely not effective with that new ball in terms of the length, particularly that he bowled. Since taking up the ball, though, Shakil Cumberbatch has bowled well. He's answered questions. He's looked as if there could be something for him.
Yeah, he's been a bit more consistent with his areas.
But they've been in control, the West Indies Academy. It's funny because at one stage, first during that game versus the Windward, said, okay, they're looking in control as well, and then things fell away for them. So you would like to see them move from this position of control to a position of comfort. The fact that it's just 150 odd at Barbados Pride were able to put on the board. Another great chance for them to get what will be a stable first innings lead and put pressure on what is a big side in this tournament, because once again they had that chance versus the Windwards and they kind of squandered that opportunity in their first innings to balance back out the game.
But with that bowling performance, they've given themselves a chance here, as he said, to assume dominance in this match. But they will take some very good batting in this first innings. Still 111 runs behind.
Yeah, it will take some good batting, and what it will take is partnerships. It will take the likes of an Ogisi, the likes of an Alim saying, okay, today is my day, tomorrow is my day. And doing things like these, leaving the ball outside the off stump when it's not there in your zone, forcing the bowlers to have to come to you, because these bowlers will lose confidence on a surface like this and all of a sudden go hunting for those wickets, and because of that, all of a sudden you find one or two more over pitch deliveries, one or two full tosses here and there. You find maybe a couple laps in the field with guys sitting back on their heels, able to get those ones, able to get those twos.
Yeah, I like where you're going, because not only do they have to say, today is my day, they've got to be able to recognize when it's not, or when this period is in the bowler's hands, or when conditions suit the bowlers. Got to be able to say, this session, these 5 overs or so, belong to the bowlers. I'm just going to look to stay here, preserve my wicket. As we said, give yourself the best opportunity. So far, they've done very well in this partnership. Gonna have another commentary change here. Brandon Springer's gonna replace Joel Manning.
Hope I might bring some luck for Barbados Pride.
I'm not sure Leeward Islands fans will want to hear you saying that at this stage, Vernon Springer.
Leeward Islands look like they're large and in control the last time I checked. Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald. They've gone past 250, so that's a good sign. Been very good batting so far here. Circumspect batting by Kadeem Aline. He's really grafted his way here. I like the look of Akeem Ogis today. His feet moving, he's leading with his head and his shoulders. And I think that's just one thing he has to keep working on. His confidence and his breathing, that always helps in your batting. Ooh, that's what I kept down, Mali.
Yeah, skiddy type. Not the tallest bowler. Shaquille Cumberbatch. Bustling. Bustly style. But gets close to the umpire. Tends to bowl in between wickets and wickets, and more often than not, he makes the batters play.
Played sweetly into the square leg area. Won't get a boundary.
I think he will.
Well done, Mali. Timing on that was sweet.
Yeah.
Also, a no ball being signaled.
And that's why it can be just a little frustrating at this stage of Kadeem Ali's career, when he can play shots such as that. Just using the pace No real risk taken.
50 up for the West Indies Academy.
Comes up. 14th over, 15th over, 14.2 to be exact.
Ogis looks like a very relaxed cricketer today. He started well. So too is Kadim Aline. Confident in no ball again. Coming onto the front foot. That's the second in the over, Mali.
Back to back, no balls.
Yeah. And you did talk about how tight he gets to the bowling crease, so I think he's maybe still thinking about falling away.
This one he got a little wider.
He's caught at second. Caught by McCaskey. Loose shot.
Let's have a look at this one again. Just changed his bowling position on the crease here. It looked like Vernon just went a little bit wider this time. Yes, went wider on the crease. That ball outside that off stump. Lured Kadim Aline into that loose stroke outside. Takes the edge. In fact, takes the outside edge. Comfortable catch in the slip region. So we were just saying that Aline was showing that application. He has to depart.
Left foot never got out to the pitch of the ball, Mali.
Wasn't quite there for the drive, was it?
No. Gotta keep batting. You gotta keep batting. Sometimes in life, you know, some shots, and you were talking about it, Mali, in terms of your batting, some shots are just not on for a particular area. Come back tomorrow. Wicket that they really didn't need to lose at this time, because you still have at least even another hour and 11 minutes to go in the day's play.
A wicket against the run of play, almost. Kadim Aline looked in no trouble, both him and Akim Ogis.
Getting out at a time then you really 17, you've done all the hard work, you just dig in and just dig in. Make life so much easy. If you just go about trying to enjoy your batting. But I think some people think that enjoying your batting means that you have to be hitting boundaries. You have to be hitting sixes. You have to spend some time. It's just like a fast bowler. Spend some time at the crease. Just keep looking at what is happening around you. Brings the captain for this encounter, Teddy Bishop, into the conversation. Small score with the West Indies Academy trailing by some 103 runs. I think Bishop will have to get moving very quickly. He tends to languishly just walk across the crease. Slip cordon being strengthened. Wickham, Jordan, McCaskey. Cumberbatch has picked up his first wicket here, 1 for 14. Despite those 2 no balls, is very important. You'd like to pick up Bishop now without scoring. Rushed him, more or less. He was able to just turn that off of the hip. I think he would have missed it. Leg by signal. .53 for 2. Ogis will have to keep batting. It's going to be very important for him. This could be a make or break innings in his career.
Especially the last game of the season for him.
Contracts on the line for the next season. Kevin Wickham having a go at the West Indies Academy dugout. No ball again by Cumberbatch. So he's really having a torrid time from the CIU road end. But Captain Craig Brathwaite won't mind that. He would mind it if he gets a wicket on the no ball.
Yeah, just a few too many extras actually for the Barbados team here within 15 overs.
And low scoring effort as well too. Played. Back and across and punches it into the offside. We come back quite easily for 2. Thing about it is that O'Geese now has to start all over again, and he had a partnership going with Aline.
Yeah, good solid punch shot that from Hakeem O'Geese. I love the footwork. As he said, from ball 1 today, he's looked assured, hasn't he? He's left well outside the off stump. His shot selection has been good as well.
Not a lot of batting when you compare what's in the hut. Jordan Johnson has really been below par. Colin Boyne Tuckett has gone over 300 runs. Joshua Bishop, he's got what, 38 wickets. So the approach here and a lot of chatter is going to take some responsibility from both these two to see them through until the close.
Yeah, you're right. Colin Bowen Tuckett, the leading run scorer for the West Indies Academy this season. 302 runs coming into this match. An average of 37.75, 2 half centuries.
His glove work has been excellent. Caught well today. Took some fantastic catches. Hakeem Jordan searching. Will be looking to try to knock over Teddy Bishop. Looks like he's batting off stump, Mally. You tell me. Gets a short ball and just helps it around. No real pace. So he's off the mark. A little banter going on with Hakeem Jordan and Teddy Bishop. Maybe telling him, listen, I was in Australia and I know in the nets what happens, so I'm going to test you around that body line.
In the past, he's just proven to be a little bit of a slow starter, Teddy Bishop.
Played. Nice soft hands. Just stay this down to third man. If he wants, he can get 2. And he's coming back hard. That's good running, good positive running by Hakeem.
And I think that's when he's actually playing at his best. When he's looking to come onto that front foot. Trusting his eyes, trusting that talent.
And he's leading with the head and the shoulders. This is much important. He has to understand that the ball must come down. So you want to be able to make sure that you have that bat with your top hand leading towards the ball, keeping your eyes, your head and your eyes on the ball at all times. So you can't be moving your head up and down. One thing for sure, he's really looked at the ball for a very long time today. It's a make or break innings for the young man. But I like his composure so far. He's talking to himself. His parents have made a huge investment. And wherever they can, they've always tried to come and support him. It's always great to have that parental support. And that community support is also goes well for your career. Turns it. Nice, lovely hands. Watch the ball and just roll the wrist. Turned it into the leg side area. Got an easy single. He has to be thinking big. He has to be thinking that I'm going to bat all day. Put your head down and just bat.
A lot of it's mental for Hakeem O'Geese.
It's the mindfulness.
Yeah, at times you can just see the mind racing. Just has to stay in control of his emotions, his thoughts. A lot easier said than done, especially looking from the outside in.
Sometimes it also has to do with the environment as well, too, Mali.
That as well.
That you're around competition for places, you're going to tend to put yourself under some pressure. Sweet. Driven up to Craig Brathwaite, his opposite partner. Lovely off drive. It was a beautiful sound coming off of Teddy Bishop's back there. Just would have liked him to just stay in the shot, find the gap, just enjoy it. Already the West Indian selectors would have seen something in this young man, call him up for ODI duties, white ball duties. Gives it away. That is a lame shot. You can't play that shot, Teddy Bishop.
Seems to have been very early through this shot. Went to play the pull. Actually took the toe of the bat. Flies all the way to that deep square leg fielder in Raymond Reefer. So that's the second wicket down. Skipper Teddy Bishop, he goes for just one. And Barbados roaring back into this match late on day one here. Picking up their second wicket.
Can't play that shot, Mali. You know, that's almost like a nothing delivery. It's bouncing its way above you. You could afford to allow that to pass. You're the captain. Look at the score. It's 60. It's now 60 for 3, and you trail by 95 runs.
For 3, actually. Yeah, my mistake. 3 wickets down now for the West Indies Academy. It was almost impulsive, wasn't it, from Teddy Bishop? We saw that first delivery as well. But Hakeem Jordan banged in shot. He went after it. This occasion he whacked it in shot again. It was a bit too early through the stroke.
Sometimes just wonder if the players love batting, Mali. Yeah, you don't get out that way. That's a soft dismissal.
Especially with whole day ahead of you tomorrow.
Yeah, but look at the scorecard. Look at the time. It's now in Antigua and Barbuda, 1 minute to 5. At the time when he got out, it was 4:58. Gotta look at the scoreboard, the awareness. You're the captain. What's your responsibility? Hakeem Ogis is batting beautifully, so you just want to just support him until the close. Now, you've exposed the entire team because Jordan Johnson, who's short of form, has just come in. And Barbados almost like you can say, you don't want to say they're toying with the game, but the opening, the soft dismissals by the West Indies Academy is allowing Barbados to feel that, hey, we're on top here. We can bowl out this West Indies Academy team.
Yeah.
Gotta make them work for their wickets.
Too many soft dismissals really in the match so far from a West Indian cricket perspective overall.
Cumberbatch is off.
McAllister's back. This time from the CIU road end.
Sounds like at the back of us at the VC Bird International Airport into Caribbean, maybe just touching down. Slapped for 4. That took a spanking. It was almost like a wide short delivery. And a geese on top of it. Left foot back and across. Elegant left-hander style, and he spanked that.
I knew you'd like that one, as he said, back and across there from Hakeem Ogis. Buying himself some extra time with that footwork. And just to illustrate how early he was onto that one, he hit it well in front of square, didn't he? Tells you this young man is in good form here today. 31 from 50 now.
It's gone to 35 instead.
35 actually.
Yeah, we don't want to rob him of anything.
Yeah, we need the scoreboard to...
Yeah, to speed up. Stay with
a
us.
A little bit.
Yeah, we got to be glancing off to the manual scoreboard. You're now caught up with us.
Just a little.
Played nicely. I like the look. I like this look. I like this look. He just needed the support. And that's what worries me, Mali, because yes, you want them to make mistakes. The only how well, successful people have to be allowed to make mistakes, but you can't make the same mistakes over and over. In the context of the game. And that's why I'll be very critical. You have to understand the game awareness. You come out and you look at the scoreboard and you see what's happening around. You've been in the pavilion sitting down for some time. You recognize how hard it was when you were on the field to be able to get a wicket. So when you go there, somebody has to work to get your wicket. You don't just give somebody a wicket.
I tell you what, if I'm Jay McAllister now and anyone tells me to bang it in short, I'm turning into a deaf person. Because at the moment, he's just lost it here.
Yes.
In terms of what's required for the situation. Just needs to settle down, Jay McAllister. Focus on that line and length outside that off stump. Take it from there. Build that foundation from outside the off stump.
And you made a very important point. I don't think he's an out-and-out fast bowler.
Yeah, he's not as quick as
they think of it, really. Played.
That was quick, though. That was sharp. That was hostile stuff. But he's just got to be a bit more consistent, especially when bowling that fuller length. For me, he actually doesn't bowl the fuller length enough.
Well, I think simply because he's been modeled to just come and just bang the ball into the pitch early. And where is he banging the ball into the pitch is the area. I don't mind him trying to bang the ball into the pitch, but are you going to bowl body line? If you're going to bowl body line, then you need to be consistent bowling body line.
Just seeing number 44 there, Richards, wicket-keeper batter, replacing Shane Dorridge, this Barbados Pride team.
Pressure here on Jordan Johnson. He's got one delivery.
He was bowled in both innings in the previous match. Just that technical issue at the moment, just staying leg side of these deliveries.
Leg slip has gone in for him now, which means that they're going to be attacking more or less the body line.
But if McAllister would have done his homework, he'll be aiming for the stumps here. Go shot once again.
Over completed. What a break, Mali. 65 for 3. Jordan Johnson remains on naught. And Akeem Ogis has really looked stylishly. 36 from 55. Jordan 2 for 27. Shakil Cumberbatch 1 for 17. 17 overs bowled. And you could say it's curtains here. Very poor shot selection by Teddy Bishop. He will go back into the night huts and look at the replay and says, what a poor shot. We'll take a break. We'll come back in, say, maybe 5 minutes. Welcome back to the final session of the day's play with some 25 overs remaining. Play expected to go up until 6 o'clock. I want to say good afternoon to Henderson Springer, my namesake in Barbados. Thanks for the feedback, my brother. Waddy Eswick might be out on the coaching field right now, getting himself sorted out. Joel Manning comes into the hot seat. Number 81, Hakeem Jordan on his back. Squeezing this one out to Reefer. The backward point area. Leeward Islands look like they closed on 288 for 8.
Still batting, still batting.
Still batting, 509. Wow.
No declarations happening there. Must get batting points. Must add more. They've collected 2 so far.
With no Cornwall, that bowling attack will be tested, Joel, to bowl out the Windward Islands at least twice. But runs on the board is runs on the board.
Yeah, I'm actually of the opinion that that might have been the worst draw to have in terms of Leewards versus Windwards, given that both sides at the top of the table, both sides have done relatively well in the competition and naturally might cancel out each other if both sides play to their best.
Just understood that the 9th wicket has fallen.
289 for 9 means 11 short of getting another batting
Another
point.
batting point. That's going to be critical. It's going to be very important. And that's the awareness that we're talking about, the game awareness, Joel, of players looking at the scoreboard. You know, I can't overemphasize about the way, Bishop got out. It was just like, this is the last round, so, a shot really, no need for that. Got to look at the circumstances and the game awareness. Your responsibility also as a leader. What sort of field placing we have now for Jordan Johnson? Is he looking? To me, it was just like he was looking over his shoulder while Jordan was coming in because they were moving the fielder. I think Jordan Johnson, his confidence is gone. You could see that. He's not moving his feet. They're trying to get into his head. Cumberbatch has come up. He's saying something. Wickham is chirping away as well.
Yeah, I just love the conversation. Oh, there. He was very late on that delivery. In fact, looked as if he was late in looking up at Jordan as well. And Wickham just told him any later than that, he'd be marked absent at school.
It's making batting look difficult. Over-completed. Score is 66 for 3 in the process. Three bowlers used so far by the Barbados Pride today. No Warwickon yet. No Raymond Reefer.
I don't think we might see Warwickon for some time. That's only because of that hunt for the additional points, those additional fast bowling points, because those will be quite critical as well when you begin to tally up things. I reckon they might just persist with their seamers. You probably might see the likes of maybe Raymond Reefer. You actually might even see a Kevin Wickham bowling seam up before we actually get to the likes of maybe a Jamal Warwickon at some stage. That's just my theory. I could be entirely wrong.
No, but I think you're right. With Barbados batting as poorly as they did in the first innings, they're now crunch to try to get points or to stay in the conversation. The Academy now, they have to seize the advantage. They trail by some 89 runs.
I think 0.2 might be what it is per wicket for fast bowlers. So if all 10 wickets fall to pace, that's an additional 2 points there, and that's the 2 points that they would have missed by simply getting to 250 Barbados Pride.
Ghana Happy Eagles at 99 for 1. We're going down to Savannah Park in Jamaica, and just to give you an update. Jason has just told us that it looks like rain has stopped play. 228 for 5, 71 overs bowled. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting. It's worked in the onside for a single.
Yeah, just looking at how it's shaping up, in my mind, it's either going to be the Windies or it's going to be Guyana. That's where my prediction lies at the moment. Guyana poised for what will be enough batting points to surpass Barbados in the table. They were currently sitting at third in that table. Well, in fact, I said leewards, but I meant windwards.
Hammered that over mid-on in the air for 4. That was short link, and he ferociously pounced onto that. So he's off the mark with a very aggressive shot here, Jordan Johnson.
It was as if he predicted that would be the length from McAllister. He was on to it in a flash, Jordan Johnson. Yeah, actually meant it might be between Windwards and Guyana. And it's all dependent upon what Windwards are able to do batting in their first innings.
Yeah, and they've really not been batting well at all.
Because of the 2 batting points that Leewers are able to get thus far.
We're searching for one more.
Yeah, still would not be enough to surpass Guyana on that table. Especially given how that match is shaping up.
So you're saying that Ghana look like they can be the dark horse, they can come from behind and just win the championship like that?
Yeah, definitely. Well, there was a noise heard, and he's walking. Success for McAllister. Better lengths reap rewards for him.
Jordan Johnson has lost his confidence. Lost his confidence. I'm wondering if the West Indies Academy players, if they are jaded, if they're just not in it. Just not putting up the fight. They trail by 84, 71 for 4. Who's coming out? Colin Boyne Tuckett.
Yeah, just talking about the lengths of McAllister. He's been much better, you would say, in this over. In terms of the areas that he's hit, he's been a lot fuller on that occasion. Just finding the outside edge of Jordan Johnson, who was in fact camping on that back foot, expecting short balls from McAllister. Got himself into a bit of a tangle, just pushing slightly at that one maybe. And the edge found further success. 71 for 4 now, the Academy. Just to go back to what you're mentioning in terms of Ghana coming as the dark horse. Yeah, the table is certainly set up for them in the matchups at the moment, just based on numbers set up for them to do it on the basis that Leewards for sure will not get maximum batting points, which is 5, cannot surpass Guyana. Barbados were unable to get any batting points in this one, so Guyana naturally, should they bat well, which they're on course to at the moment, will surpass Barbados. And the only other person in that table will be the Windwards. And as such, Windwards need, and I think I said it a little earlier this morning, at least on my Twitter, need a minimum of 3 batting points. The Windwards, based on how things are going in the table at the moment. Plus, obviously, those 12 points for a win as well.
So all to play for still. O'Geese has just made batting look so easy here. Nobody in the West Indies Academy dugout is really taking a page out of this young man's book at all. Appeal for a caught behind. That might have maybe just brushed his shirt. Colin Boyne took it, not faced the delivery as yet. Leeward Islands 300 for 9.
Yeah, actually 301 all out for them now.
All right, so they got the 3 batting points. Sweet, sweet. Raymond Reefer is after it. I think he'll put it back. If they want, they can get 3. O'Geese was looking for 4 because he wanted to get back on strike. So the Leeward Islands bowled out for 301.
Yeah, those 3 batting points take them to 87.6 in the table. Guyana started at 87.2. However, Guyana would have already picked up 3 bowling points already for bowling out CCC, plus the allotment of fast bowling points as well, so we'll still be ahead. Yeah, just hence why, based on the trajectory, the only side that could potentially do it would be the Windwards.
The Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yep,
All
just
to
based on the numbers.
All to play for. I want to thank Joel. Here he's tuck it back. He's off and running, steering this down into the 3rd man area. Found the gap and gets 2 runs quite easily. He would really, he's been in good touch so far this season. Still another 39 minutes to go. Really thought he played no shot there, Joel. Well, but I reckon that he got something onto that. Hakeem Jordan 2 for 34. It's into his 10th over. Slash through the covers. Won't have the legs to go for 4. On that side of the outfield seems to be a little heavy. And they come back quite easily for 3. So that's the second 3 of this over. Over comes to an end, and at the end of it, the West Indies Academy, they're 80 for 4. O'Geese is stylishly moving on to 44 from 66 deliveries. So Ryan John 3 for 67, Jillian Tyson 2 for 26, Shamar Springer 1 for 59. Then the spinners, Cyrus 1 for 66, Kevin Hodge and Sonny Lambris. No wickets today. Hodge not for 27, Ambris not for 17. Louis on 29 wickets. Maybe if he can get a fifer, could be in the conversation of picking up some fast bowling points. But we've got Joel Manning, who's got his calculator out and keeps moving those numbers all the time. Thank you very much, Joel. Keeping us abreast, keeping everybody abreast. Hope the coaches are listening to you.
Put this in brackets, quotation where I say unofficially.
Well, at least we are just going by the numbers in the rules. That's all we're doing.
But yeah, just in terms of the conversation I was having this morning, the match preview that I would have done, etc. You know, I always figured that it came down to batting points, and the teams that would be able to secure a minimum of 3-4 batting points with the ones in that top 4 who certainly would have gone on to at least have a chance. Then the fact that if both sides in terms of leewards versus windwards, you know, both batted well, all of a sudden you're looking at maybe 2.5 days, 3 days taken out of that match, and that match might crawl towards what might be a draw. Of course, with the fact that leewards, you know, lost a couple early wickets, it kept windwards in the game, so it's a day out of it. So that game's still well poised, still well balanced based on what the windwards now do with their batting.
Colin Tuckett playing a loose shot. Searching for something that was certainly not there. Could have just left that. Akeem Ogie straight away calls him down and says, what's happening? He's got to keep looking up the V. Colin Boyne Tuckett.
Strengthens that slip corner now. 3 slips in the gully in operation for McAllister.
Forget the cover drive. Just keep looking up the V. If it's above your helmet, just let it pass. That's it. Good delivery there. At least he tried. He didn't try to bang it in short. He made the adjustment in the length.
Yeah, he's looked a lot better. Not he's just a touch fuller, McAllister. And this is certainly a big contrast to what he started with in terms of that opening spell that he bowled. In fact, I think this might be his 3rd spell that he's into. He's been using quite short spells.
This has been his best.
Yeah, it certainly has, and simply just because of that adjustment in the length, he's asking a few more questions. Batters are actually forced to play a shot or 2 more, inviting 1 or 2 drives.
I think it's been a sort of injustice to him, also and the backroom staff, by telling him to come and just bang the ball in short. That is supposed to be a surprise delivery, because if you're going to bowl a bouncer, that's an effort ball, really. You just don't want to be just banging in the ball because you want to bang the ball into the surface. Played back and across, punching it up to Raymond Reefer. Over completed. I think this is easily got to be one of his best overs. 21 bowled in the West Indies Academy at 81 for 4.
Yeah, certainly up there in terms of one of the better overs that he's delivered in this match. Jerry McAllister. And once again, it's just simply that small adjustment in that length. Looking at Colin Boyne Tuckett, though, it'd be interesting to see how he goes about it. Playing at 1 or 2 outside of that off stump, looking for some runs. He was actually one of the players that would have had a feature done recently as well, and I asked him, you know, what was the difference between when he played versus Ireland Academy and when he played here in what was his first class season. He mentioned the fact, okay, yeah, I didn't get many runs in that series versus Ireland, but the one thing I learned is that, okay, I need to play my game. He said he didn't have much confidence in himself when he was playing. He felt as if, you know, he had to score quick runs, and then all of a sudden he realized, okay, that is not my game. And he thinks that that is the reason why he's been able to score runs this first class season, because he's now playing what is his game. Realize that he's not really that shotgun type of batter, but he's more so the type of accumulator in terms of picking up those ones, capitalizing on the bad balls here and there once they're over pitch. But he's not really that power player, so to speak. And it's always nice when players can actually understand their game and make those little small adjustments to improve themselves.
That's a step up also from the youth level as well. This guy is just growing in confidence there. That was positive. A lot of class in it. Knocked down there by Jamal Warwick on a short mid-wicket. Every now and again, the youth tends to climb into you as a young player. We're talking about Callum Boyne Tuckett. You've got all the shots. But at this level, it's about understanding the game awareness and the situation. He did get starts, really, because he would have had, a lot of 30s, just to be able, and it's like a cycle now. So he's got his first half century, then he gets his second half century. The next mission now for him now will be to understand how to make 100 at this level. And so it's all a pathway that is being mapped out for him. And as a student, he's an excellent student as well too. So he will understand the context of the game. Can't find the gap there, O'Geese. Just got to keep batting, not been able to find the gap. Another one of the players who have received very strong parental support. His mother, his grandmother. He's got a good support system around him. Well, his dad is automatically an umpire, but I think the mother is the coach and everything. Back. Slaps that out into the area. The reason for that, why I said that, Mally, is because Tucker is maybe not around most of the times. He's always on the road in terms of umpiring. So that in itself is the context. The mother spends a lot of time. I think last year he had a stint in India. I think that was set up by Elvis Howard to get him there to get an opportunity. So he's been around the globe trying to develop his game. So it was lovely that Joel was talking about, speaking to him and, him identifying his strengths and his weaknesses. And it's just amazing that, when you're batting, once you're catching well, as a cricket coach, once you're catching well, you always bat well. That's always been a remarkable, and he's really taken some exceptional catches in this 4-day championship.
Yeah, that's actually another area that he mentioned that when I asked, in terms of goals you had for yourself for this season, what were they? He said making sure that he improves his glove work. That was one of the goals that he had for himself, and making sure that he improves his fitness as well, to ensure that he's more aware when he's out there with the gloves in hand. And you're definitely seeing it, certainly in terms of his movements, in terms of the type of catches, as you mentioned, that he's taking as well. And yes, certainly it looks as if it's transferring across also to his batting side as well.
He was the captain of the Leeward Islands team 2 years ago that won the Cricket West Indies Under-19 Championship, with his deputy being Michael Grace from Antigua and Barbuda. So graduating from the Under-19 level. Here comes Raymond Reefer. O'Geese circumspect to it, respecting it well. He's got a good platform. This is a make or break innings here for this young man. And he started well. Still 3 slips for Barbados. Something we didn't see consistently enough from the West Indies Academy. Wanted to just reflect on the Barbados innings. There were some 23 boundaries hitting a total of 153. Here is O'Geese punching through the offside. Finds the boundary. 50 to Akeem O'Geese. What a knock. He waves his bat to the dugout. And if you're a cricket fan, you would be really impressed with him. Just look at that. Composure. No, that was not that one, Jason. You missed that. Jason fooled me there. He's got me waiting, Jason. Yeah, that's more or less Mali's so right. I'm still waiting on it, Jason. 76 balls, 5 fours. What a knock by O'Geese, 52. Leaves alone that delivery. That's okay. The Wiz it just proves that the Wiz is a human being. You don't always get it right.
Looking for the off rate from Jason. He gave me the extra.
I guess I'll get Mali to come in and finish with Joel to close out this day. So he can really, I'm just so impressed with this innings here by O'Geese. This is, like I said, a make or break innings for him. Stays it down into the offside. And because there's no breeze, it's almost like a standard attention for the flags here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The Barbados flag, the Cricket West Indies flag, and the nation of Antigua and Barbuda. The breeze seemed to have gone at sea somewhere. Expected to be going up until 6 o'clock, so we still have another 25 more minutes to go. Callum Boyne Tuckett is on 3. They're trailed by some 66 runs. Raymond Reefer. That one did swing. Squared up Callum Boyne Tuckett, but he played with his soft hands, top hand. Over completed. More from you, Joel, and then Marley Richards and yourself will close out day one. The police officers getting a little restless here. They want to go for a walk and maybe get to go home, but they'll maybe have to wait another 40 minutes or more.
Shakil Kamabach to continue. Worked away quite nicely off the hip by Boyne Tuckett. This pair would want to ensure they get to the academy to the end of the day's play without any further damage.
Yeah, the partnership's been just 20 so far.
A little late in seeing that one. Raymond Reefer. They said, oh, one Raymond, and he simply didn't move. He didn't see that one at all.
Just to echo the sentiments of Vernon Springer a bit earlier, Akeem O'Geese has looked a class apart from his West Indies Academy teammates so far here today with the bat. 54 from 79, bringing up his second first-class half-century. Very timely knock indeed, but I think he's only halfway there. He's got to set out his stall to come back tomorrow. Very good batting conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And as you were saying a bit earlier, Joe, he's given himself the best opportunity in which to score big. been circumspect, showed good shot selection. At the same time, he's put away the bad deliveries. In quite a stylish manner indeed. Barbados will be hoping to take at least 6 in with them. 92 for 4. The Academy still trail by 63. Captain Brathwaite has really rotated his fast bowlers today, given them multiple spells, switched them around. Looking to make best use of these conditions here, especially the ball 23.5 overs old, still a relatively new ball. Barbados hanging in. Just hanging in at the moment. End of that Cumberbatch over. 24 gone, 93 for 4. Three slips for Raymond Reefer. He's got that man at the point boundary as well. So runs at a premium here for Barbados. They recognize the fact that they would have underperformed in the bat to be bowled up for 153. So just looking to protect the boundaries, especially the square boundaries to the left-handed O'Geese on the offside. Very straight mid-wicket as well. Mid-on, fine leg. As we said, those 3 slips. Mid-off and extra cover. Oh, there's a little aerial there from O'Geese. That fielder in that straight mid-wicket position was interested for a second or so.
They did have some airtime on that one. I was actually going to make the comment that it's so interesting in terms of Raymond Reefer. He's just one of those bowlers that somehow manages to deceive batters, somehow manages against, I guess, the run of things to just pick up a wicket.
As we said a bit earlier, he's a real fighting cricketer. He's a thinking cricketer as well. Maybe not blessed or overly blessed with talent, but he works hard. He's worked hard at his game. He's improved tremendously over the years. And he's quite a plucky cricketer.
I like what you said in terms of him being a thinking cricketer, certainly. Because you see it in the types of variations that he produces with ball in hand. Whether or not he goes pace on, whether or not he occasionally opts to just pull the fingers over it for that natural off cutter that you would consider coming from the left-hander.
What we haven't seen too much of from him though so far is that swing away to the left-handed batter. That's when he's most dangerous. Just get the ball to go away quite late as well. Just starting to play a few mind games here.
Yeah, a little contest brewing between bat and ball. Where he also gets a couple batters to just play inside the line of it as well, especially those left-handed batters when he gets to hold the shape. Takes you back to somewhat of the delivery that you would have seen from Johan this morning to Craig Brathwaite. Not of the same pace, but similar in terms of just getting that ball to hold its line.
Played across the line, but played quite watchfully by Ogies. End of that reefer over. Coming towards the end of day one here. 25 overs gone. 94 for 4. It's 15 minutes or so away from stumps on day one. It's been a very eventful day one so far. 14 wickets have been lost. Just over 240 odd runs or so. It's going to be Cumberbatch to continue.
Catches the cry, but it won't be caught as it finds its way all of the ropes off the bat of Akeem Ogies.
Kind of lost sight of that one, but it looked like it went quite flat. The fielder there at fine leg was interested for a second or two, but that one just flew away. So the first 6 to Akeem Ogies.
Edge found and it flies through that slip cordon.
Chance goes a begging. Another good delivery this from Cumberbatch. Actually a bit of bounce. Got big on Akeem Ogies. Actually got very big on the second slip fielder. Looks like Akeem Jordan. There at second slip. Not sure he got a hand to that one. It absolutely flew. So chance goes a begging. You could tell Cumberbatch very disappointed. He's created chances here. Hustly, bustly, skiddy type.
Gets on top of it this time. A lot more control than should get to. So interesting. We're nearing the close of play, and this is possibly the most sun
that we've had in a while. It's really come out in its glory now. Long shadows across this CCG outfield. And as you were saying, Joe, young Cumberbatch, just a little quicker than you expect. Throws that heavy ball.
Yeah, it can be quite skiddy. Cumberbatch hits the bat hard, as they say. This is that just deceptive pace. It's not out and out fast, because if you know a bowler is out and out fast, you get that trigger movement in, you set yourself, you play it. But then all of a sudden you have a bowler who just kisses the wicket and gets onto you a lot quicker. All of a sudden you find yourself maybe in a position or two that you find yourself out of position to play the ball.
I think he's quick enough, though, to take the edge. He's just quick enough, especially on those defensive strokes. It's one thing to take the edge on a batter's looking to be attacking, going after the ball, but just a defensive stroke. We've seen that a couple of times here from Cumberbatch. It's gone past the outside edge on a few occasions as well.
He's had a couple no balls across the spells that he's bowled. Shaquille Cumberbatch.
Solidly played that to end that over. Quite expensive one from Cumberbatch. 107 for 4, West Indies Academy. Still trail. Still trail by some 48 runs.
Yeah, a couple games have reached the close of play. And this first class championship, Guyana ending on 114 for 1. Windwards, they end on 6 for 1.
Already one down. So 0.2 of a point there for the Leewards. Fast bowling points. They will all add up in the end. It's going to make for an intriguing finish next 3 days. Just winding down now here at the CCG Barbados. Definitely look to take at least one more in with them. They'd be over the moon to take Aki Mogis to see the back of him. The way he's played, 67 from 92. He's played shots off both the front and back foot, both sides of the wicket as well. That one was in the air for some time. That one just popping slightly on young Bowen Tuckett. In fact, didn't do too much, to be honest.
Just got himself into a bit of a tangle there.
Yeah.
Bowen Tuckett. And I think they're being a little harsh on Cheyenne Brathwaite. I don't think he could have got into that one
No way.
at all.
He would have struggled even if he had Go-Go Gadget arms. Cheyenne Brathwaite. He's a big guy. Can they take one more in with them? Barbados. Carlin Bowen Tuckett, he's been the man with the bat for this West Indies Academy team this season. No players scored 100 for the West Indies Academy, but he's picked up 2 half centuries. Came into the match over 300 runs, average of 37. He's one player that's shown remarkable improvement in a short space of time, especially with the bat. Coming into this season, with the bat, a lot was up in the air. You could tell the selection of Rivaldo Clark into this West Indies Academy setup. Young Barbadian wicketkeeper batsman as well, but Bowen Tuckett has answered the challenge. End of that reef over. 107 for 4. Just about 7 minutes away now from stumps. Maybe a bit of gamesmanship coming into play now for the West Indies Academy. Change of gloves and a drink for Akeem Ogis. Maybe just looking to take a bit of time out of this game now.
Yeah, looks as if we're going to have a change of bowler as well. I see Kevin Wickham marking out what looks to be an 8-step run up. A bit of seam up.
I like this move. Tell you why I like it. As you were saying earlier, you spoke about the egos on both of these teams. They would have played a lot of cricket together. Kevin Wickham, former member of this West Indies Academy team, who played with a lot with Wickham and Bowen Tuckett. So a few mental games being played here. How does Ogis go about it? Really, he should just be playing for stumps. Ooh. Not quite sure what they were appealing for. Maybe just nick the pads on the way through to the wicketkeeper. Just Kevin Wickham, the multi-talented Barbadian cricketer. Bowls off spin, bowls leg spin, wicket keeps. His batting has gone to the next level this season as well. He's one of those that's shown real improvement, one of the graduates from this West Indies Academy program.
He was actually doing something during the lunch break that I thoroughly enjoyed seeing, and I actually walked down and I asked him, what exactly are you doing? Because I just want to confirm. And he was actually watching back the footage from his batting in the morning session, seeing what he did, the areas that he felt, okay, maybe I can actually improve on it here. And it was just nice to see him being a student of the game in that lunch break. Ooh.
Inward movement this time from Wickham. Close LBW appeal. Let's have a look at this one. I think the umpire was just signaling maybe just going down leg. Yeah, it was. Just slipping down that leg side. Vern's just whispering in my ear around the wicket here to the left-handed Ogis. This time, poorly lined. Goes away for 4 byes. Signaled by umpire Butler. So just losing his radar there, Kevin Wickham. No chance for wicketkeeper Richards. You probably think that's a bit harsh, considering some of the wides we've seen called here today. It was almost limited overs like, wasn't it? At one point. That's a good comeback delivery to finish from Wickham. So I anticipate probably one more over or so, Joe, left in the day's play.
Yeah, quite possibly, especially if it's a seamer that bowls it. And it looks as if it might be Raymond Reefer to bowl this last over of the day, as the umpires are now in conversation. Conversation.
Don't see any light meters though.
Do they have the light meters is the question. We've got 4 eyes and nothing more.
It's the next stage of development, Joe. Don't worry.
And the 4 eyes appear to be having a conversation about the light as well. And there we have it. The light has been offered to the batters. So there we have it, the end of day number 1. A day in which 14 wickets have fallen here at Coolidge. The West Indies Academy 111 for 4 at the end of the day's play in response to Barbados Pride, who posted 153 all out. A performance that they'll reflect on and know It's not what they would have wanted here in round number 7. Well, we say thank you for joining us here on day 1, and we certainly look forward to the pleasure of your company on day 2 right here in this contest between Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy.